We got more CCT North America getting started here this fine evening. We continue with the Swiss round of three. Myself, Vincent, alongside Exner. And listen, Cole, we've gotten to see a lot of ups and downs. It's more on the downs on this one. These are the O2 matches.
Yeah. Obviously, again, an opportunity to try and bounce back for one of these two teams. And then, obviously, we're going to be saying goodbye to some rosters as well. And like you said, some ups and downs so far, but we're seeing who's going to come back. And I feel like looking at some of these matchups and watching what, Kraken have been through so far, obviously, this is going to be a team that is very interested in coming back. There are a couple 3-map series throughout their first two losses, and both of them just were so incredibly close and just so much effort put into it. So for me, that matchup here and watching Krakens get a chance to maybe pull through a win here and bounce back, obviously looking to do that versus Unjustified FE, and we'll see if they can do that here today. And later down the line, Lotus FE and Revel playing up against each other. That's our second matchup of the day. So it should be some fun Counter-Strike here for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think on the Revel side of things too, I would say that they're definitely one of the teams, like if you just kind of were ranking them on a matter of like where they're at in ESEA, but on the lower side of things, but a team that can definitely like fight for wins. They showed that off. Chance for them to find some of these wins alongside Unjustified and Lotus, who I think both, especially those Lotus games that we got to see, both played relatively tight games, or at least a couple of relatively tight games in those best of threes, but ultimately were still losses. So those look a little bit better if you investigate, but O2s unfortunately in both cases, at least on the Lotus side. But let's focus in on Unjustified FE and this Kraken team, because it's a matchup that I think is going to be interesting for the reasons that you mentioned, right? Kraken definitely have been in a tough spot where they're in a position to pull off a reverse sweep. They're down big in the last map, and they make the comeback only to lose out at the very last moment. One time in overtime, another it was 13-9 or 13-10. The way that ended. So I think a difficult one. But I wanted to actually start with Unjustified FE to talk a little bit about this team, because this is a team that I feel like hasn't gotten the reps necessarily this past season of Impact. I don't know like the reasoning or like the conversation, what the background is, but what I do know is that this team was under the Wanted Goons Bandits banner in season 5 of Impact, but then looked to work through the open qualifier in season 6. Played the first open qualifier, didn't actually get through, and I don't think they got a chance to play in the second open qualifier for whatever reason. Or they didn't make it deep enough. From what I was looking at on Wikipedia. Regardless, I mean, they've mostly stuck together. This is the same four of the same 5 players. I mean, JD, Pippi, Mama Alien, and ADK. They were all on that season 5 Impact roster, and they're coming back in ahead of season 7, obviously, and getting some reps. And I think that's exciting to see, like a roster kind of sticking around despite not necessarily having the results.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, so far as well, I think being able to, I would say, really impress in terms of like fighting back and doing some great damage, and had a pretty close game versus Mythic, in which I thought they could show what they're made of, and so far I've been very impressed with what they've been bringing to the table. It feels like they had some great switches on that first opening matchup that we watched of them versus Bad News Capybaras as well, where I was very excited to see what they could do, and watching them play out on that T side of Mirage, it felt like they had some good game plans. So I want to see them continue forward here. Obviously, again, Kraken's going to be another one of these tough rosters, but I do think if they can continue to show what they're made of here, that they'll be a-okay, and again doing damage and putting up a fight that we could be excited about.
Yeah, and that leads us pretty perfectly into this Kraken team, who they're a solid advanced team. They fought their way to get there. They've been in position now in that last season to make like a top 16 run. I think that on its face is impressive. But taking second in the regular season of Advanced 2 with just strong performances, and showing that they've got a pretty, deep map pool as well. That is two things that I think is really interesting about this Kraken roster, and that'll help when you have a team that's like these guys have been, the core of which have been together for a few seasons. That is what happens. You start to build that map pool up, and they've been able to show that off. There's been a lot of bright spots. I think both Juice Boy and Sauce Boy have looked very good. Zoker, it's been a little bit up and down, but when he's on, he's a guy that has really shown up in a big way for this team. So I think that Kraken, this is a game that they should be, expecting to come out on top of after what they've shown in the previous parts of the Swiss stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I said kind of a chance to an opportunity to kind of bounce back, and I think that's what they're eager to do, considering how close those first two series were in the three mappers that we did see. But I mean, you did mention the strength of the Veto here, and I think that that's definitely the case. We've been seeing this team take it the distance. We've been seeing them take it to three maps consistently, and being able to do good work in that department makes me think that, again, they've been putting in work here. They've been expanding that map pool, trying to set focus on being able to build a decent Veto. And I think out of the gates, we're going to be able to see that when they play up in this map pool here. I mean, Mirage out of the gates is the first pick there. Anubis going to be picked out. And this was the map I was most impressed with from Unjustified FE. It really made Mythic work for that win, and I think that was super impressive from their part, being able to put that much or that good of a result up against Mythic, a team that's super comfortable and very good on Anubis actually, and watching them succeed like that, it was super impressive. So want to see if that continues forward. We do close things out though on Ancient here as our decider. Still no train, unfortunately. I wonder if it's been played at all. But not seeing it yet, and just more so focused on some of the classics here, Mirage, Anubis, and Ancient there.
Yeah, I don't think we've actually seen a train in North America here. I don't know about the SA stuff, but yeah, unfortunate as it may be. I do want to say that this Veto kind of leaves me feeling some sort of way. I think that there's some good and there's some bad here, right? Kraken getting away with the fact that, Mirage has been their pick every time we've seen them. Everybody's been kind of fine with that. But that's a map that Unjustified have at some points been looking to ban. So I do wonder about that. And then Unjustified pick into Anubis. Again, this is a map that Unjustified feel comfortable on. They definitely have played it. And as you said, they look good even against some of those better teams like the Mythics of the world that have a pretty decent Anubis as well. But Kraken, they have put in time on this map. We know what they can do. I think that that's a little bit of a tough draw when, you're talking about Anubis. And then Ancient is another good middle ground to be sure. But I think that Kraken are probably pretty happy with the way that this Veto has gone down. But again,
They're going to be happy with these first two maps for sure, and then looking to that decider of Ancient. We are ready to hop into the action, though. We'll see how things shape up on Mirage. Again, was fairly impressed with what this Unjustified FE roster was able to do on this map as well. It felt like they had a lot of very early aggressive calls on their T side, and I think they had some nice dynamics there, the slow plays, but then they were able to speed it up eventually, and being able to bring in that range is always very valuable. But that's a tough angle right there, getting instantly dinked by the Glock, and followed up there by Sauce Boy, who takes down the rotations as quick as can be. Juice Boy and Sauce Boy just playing entry as they continue to collapse on this site.
At two left here for Unjustified as they try to break their way back in. Mama Alien and 80K, both on the door side of market, but I mean they've just been pushed all the way through. It's a little TK there at the end. Tanner catches a little 2-for-1 deal, which normally it's a good news if you're in the market and you get the 2-for-1. This time I think a little less than perfect. Regardless though, Kraken feeling confident by the way they just absolutely taking these duels. Ridiculously strong on the individual front. And showing out. Not an ideal start for Viv, who starts the round off daint and has to really play passive towards the bench side of things, where would like to be a little bit more active, but on 3 health or whatever she was left with, hard to do that.
Yeah, definitely tough to handle the pressure there when that sort of quickness. I mean, again, Juice Boy and Sauce Boy found those entries so quick, so a little overwhelming in that sense, but chasing down into their spawn, Chirax will be able to find some kills with a MAC-10. Pretty successful for now. Juice Boy just trying to make sure that he doesn't drop to any shenanigans. And Viv on the other side of the map here is going to get chased down. Trying to fight her way out there with the USP. No luck there. And business handled up against the pistols pretty comfortably.
Yeah, Viv's the newest player on this Unjustified FE roster as well. Not a lot of info kind of about what her background is, but she's in there playing with them in IM, and I think from what I was seeing, kind of first season of competition for her. So Austin, and now the prove it moment, gonna have to show up deep into a tournament in this Swiss stage. A great amount of utility for Unjustified, but they do make sure to get out some of these heavy hitters. Molotov, though, will force Mama Alien out into the open, and now ADK has to be pushed back. HE might run her down, but no, fortunately escaped into connector beforehand. Can't escape Tanner's rifle. 3 turns to 2, and a quick trade for Pippi will at least start the process of this. JD gets a frag elsewhere in connector. Now Kraken have to be forced into taking some space, too, as they swing inside of CT. Overwhelming Pippi, and an off angle out of Juice Boy will complete the victory for Kraken on the first gun round.
Yeah, I mean, smart move to kind of take CT control right there. When you know once those smokes fade, you're going to kind of be at the disadvantage overall in terms of that post plant, so you have to take some space elsewhere. Well handled by Pippi initially, but obviously gets a little overwhelming when they're jumping around the corner looking for the trade, knowing that they just need to trade that out at the very worst 1-for-1. Sets up a post plant that will work out well for you. And Kraken setting a good foundation already.
Kraken being speedy with this thing. They are not at all giving Unjustified time to breathe. Oh my goodness. Tanner, Chirax, the both of them, they want to farm up some of those sweet ecos you love. And they'll get them. 5 for the 2 of them combined.
I do love myself some good ecos right there. And they are feasting them up pretty comfortably before we actually see first AWP into the mix. Finally gonna bring that one out there for Pippi Sippy. See what that does in turning this CT side around. Trying to offer up some resistance at the moment. Nice boost in towards ladder. See the vision there. Nice connection onto Sauce Boy. Perfectly handled. Advantage here continues with the 1-for-1, but they are going to scale quickly towards this A side.
JD gonna arrive on scene at the very least quick enough. Great adjustment out of her. A 2 to pick up and move on this round. Zoker 1v3 is what would be required. Actually not grabbed either on the retreat for him. So, though Unjustified, I don't think necessarily know that that bomb is on the open yet. No, they should. Well, they have confirmation that he's got to come back. He's got to get back into location.
Gonna take an approach towards Palace, but doesn't seem like it's being watched at the moment. Maybe a bit of a breakdown in the communication there. So a freebie smoke kind of doesn't work out in their favor either. Zoker punishes, sliding out of Palace, does eat the HE at the very least, but dives in, recovers that bomb, goes for that last swing, and Viv will be able to come up clutch, deny any sort of access right there for that 1v3 attempt that looked like it was on the money.
Poster first kill on the board, and that's a really important one. Wonderful work at him on the alien, going 1 for 1, and this is where the round really does get insured, or at least should have been, is that double kill out of JD, but a valiant effort out of Zoker. Had an actual chance at that, just couldn't quite track the spray on the moving target. So denied the 1v3. Zviv denies Kraken a 5th. We got a tech pause, excuse me, Sauceboy onto a DC. But I will say, that's something I've seen. I feel like we saw a lot from Kraken. A lot of like short tech problems, which I don't know if that means anything, but I'm trying to recall. I think it was Sauceboy on Inferno up against. It was Regain they were playing.
So this was dealt with quickly. Yeah, I mean, never nice to have that as a consistent problem. Frustrating. Oh my goodness.
That's just...
Sippy was looking to throw some utility, but gets spammed down. Wanted to get a top molly, or top boxes molly, I believe, and then just eats a couple shots. They also handle that MP9 aggression in towards underpass pretty comfortably, keeping their distance nicely, and already an advantage picked up.
Got another location for Mama Alien, but due diligence for Tanner. He's a big fan of just contacting out A on this map. Trying to find a little bit of space once they have mid-control Kraken. You'll see him do that in a lot of different fashions. Not quite realizing that ADK is still looking towards CT rather than the A site proper. But it will open up some space. Sauceboy takes it. The bomb gets planted. Great flash, but ADK's leg, arm just slightly exposed. Gives Sauceboy the indication before the flash pops, and Sippy goes down. Viv on rotation denied.
It all starts out there. Nice little jiggle contact for the opening duel. And like you said, nice contacting out towards this A side. So helpful. Having that constant pressure being put on play. But being able to pretty comfortably shut that round down from there. See a lot of players trying to jump out window here. Getting blasted by the AWP though, and a lot of mid-aggression taking place, but still have to deal with Juice Boy now hunting you down. Kraken have been very quick on these anti-ecos to win. And a nice headshot there from Juice Boy onto his teammate.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a tick rate thing, but that didn't look anywhere close to his head. I don't know if I'm just not able to see very clearly, but something suspicious going on right there.
Same team.
Yeah, by that I mean shooting your teammate. Come on, what's going on?
Doesn't give you any extra
status
dark. Oh.
Don't look again.
Is he still there?
actually answer no. Molotov, though, will help make sure of that fact.
Crawl up catwalk again. There's a nice HE that landed towards the Eps. They're up cat already. And this is going to cause a lot of chaos. They're well handled by Viv. But that trade is so quick from Sauce Boy, so the success doesn't linger for too long.
This is still going to go towards B with the op here. Bippy has JD in a very nice location. Unfortunately, would have needed to get a 1-for-1 on that one. Both Zoker and Chirac swing as a duo. Both win their duel. Kraken are 7-1 up. There's Tanner at the front of the charge this time and in mid, rather than the A-sided aggression that he typically favors.
Back to those antics now, it seems. AWP for Zoker catches a mullet. But this time, they're aware of this boost that they've been really liking to do, it seems. Seemed aware of it, but still able to escape that op scope. And very quick control being taken right now. With a lot of pressure being put on this A side. That's utility out at the worst time. And Sauce Boy and Juice Boy again continue their fantastic entries. And it is looking like a just farm for those two as they continue to tear through the competition. Sauce Boy and Juice Boy, a little full house action, and again their entry prowess has been pretty devastating.
Yeah, even when Mama Alien is kind of deep into Palace, that's a spot that probably should have been able to get a little something, but she gets spotted, so it's just a flurry of kills. 3 entries onto A in quick succession. There's the one round that Unjustified FE were able to put together, but since then, a team effort, a who's who for Kraken, finding success on their map pick. Even the multiple nades up mid didn't really find any success. A lot of damage, but fortunately none of that ends up getting confirmed into kills.
Finding themselves in tough position onto another eco, which again have been really well handled by Kraken. They haven't been falling victim to these too often. Sauce Boy will look to keep that true. Thought initially that things could have got a little chaotic with the op trying to have to trade, but Zoker does connect, and now it seems like they're just going to head into a pretty open bomb site now.
Nice shot.
What?
That's the third out of Sauce Boy, who,
Wow.
credit to who was on the other side of that on triple, actually hit the date, man.
Yeah.
Alien doesn't get too much success either. Sauce Boy is currently doing a whole lot of fragging. He's 12 and 4. Get a little ahead of myself, but he's certainly not. It's Juice Boy, who's 11 and 2 as well. On an individual level, we're seeing Kraken really come into their own right now.
Just playing a whole lot of confidence right now. Sippy caught by some HEs, and Juice Boy holding nothing back. It's an opportunity to catch him by surprise. Tanner knows that there's more around the corner, and this one's over before it ever even starts. That quick collapse up connector combined with Tanner again just walking out Palace.
I mean, Juice Boy picks the right enemy right there. There's an AWP who's just taking a shot and is falling back, and then a rifler who's meant to play the coverage. The rifler's gonna, get one tapped essentially, instant headshot, and allows him to get the double. Sauce Boy, not an AK. Instead, he's going MP5. What does he even have it equipped? Who knows? Doesn't seem to matter. An avenue out. Sharex has actually just died for the second time. Tanner gets a little ahead of himself. He's out there alone. Allows for JD to get into position and win that fight. But with the bomb planted, Kraken seeming still poised to win this one.
You have to potentially worry about a late flank here that could disrupt this round big time, but before that flank ever even lifts off, as you can see, they lose their 2 teammates in CT just in time. So Kraken still closed it out with some confidence there and find their way to 11-1 scoreline here on Mirage.
Hard to see a better way for this half to have gone for Kraken. Unjustified just never could get started, and I think that an expectation for this game is that Kraken on an individual level do have a leg up, but I mean, when everybody's firing on all cylinders like this, nobody but Tanner has more than 5 deaths after 12 rounds. Just gotta hat off. Give it over to Kraken. We'll go brawling in mid. 3 CTs here, and the entirety of the T side swing in. Sauce Boy, he'll grab a 3K. Another quad for him. Close the pistol round in the second half that is looking like there's going to be no reprieve for Unjustified FE.
Does not seem that way. No relief given over. They just take these rounds by storm. Find their way on to 12-1 with just the mechanics out of these Kraken players looking flawless at the moment. Got a little Mac 10 rush though to an A4. Hit the jump though and gets 2 for it. So well handled initially. The rotations arriving onto the scene, but they might have at least bomb site claimed. That's what they do. They are able to punch in those digits as well.
He's so aggressive.
Comes through the smoke and is already shooting his gun on target. Sauce Boy, same case. And it's a fitting in for those two. Those are the ones that get the job done here. They've been doing great work all the way through this map.
Yeah, a happy Kraken, I would imagine, considering how good that goes. 13-1, Unjustified FE. I think unfortunate that they couldn't really find a way in. They never got to actually play the game on an individual level. We just talked about it. It's hard to kind of add too much more. But I think Kraken are confident because they can be, because they were showing that nothing got too complex in that map of Counter-Strike, and Mirage has been Kraken's go-to map. That's been what they've looked to pick into just about every time we've seen them play here in CCT. So it does make sense that that's where they've been able to look so good.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're able to prove it there in a big way. And as we highlighted here, I think the series doesn't get a lot easier because I think their Anubis has also looked very good, but it can be that Unjustified FE are able to shut things down a little bit more if they're able to show a little bit more confidence. The game plans maybe you're going to work out a little bit more. That could be the case, but obviously, again, kind of the kind of direction we expected Mirage to go, maybe not that one-sided, but ends up being the case that it is. So we'll see if they can bounce back. Obviously, we're going to be sending this one off to a quick break here, and we'll head into the map pick of Unjustified FE. It's going to be Anubis right after this.
Kraken look unstoppable throughout that Mirage game. They didn't run into any like significant issues. Nothing was able to get in their way. And Unjustified FE, I think there's two plus sides, two upsides to this. First and foremost, listen, that's Kraken's map pick. Anubis is unjustified, so there's a little something to talk about there. But second is that, on an individual level, I think Kraken's players were, just kind of in that flow state that you get in when things are going right. You can really do no wrong. And a little bit of time in between maps can certainly help to separate that form on one map to the next.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. What I just saw from the side of Kraken was playing with maximum confidence. Like you said, just nothing really was going wrong. There wasn't a lot of resistance offered up to them on that T side, so that they just kind of took map control, were able to collapse in, could contact out, get openings very easy. For Juice Boy and Sauce Boy, I think those two as well, just hitting every shot imaginable in really difficult to handle fashion for Unjustified FE. But like you said, I mean, maybe this offers up a bit of relief here in that you are hopping into Anubis. I feel like a map maybe that you can't necessarily contact every aspect as effectively, but obviously we'll have to see what they're made of here, and we'll have to see if they can kind of pull through a closer result like they did versus Mythic.
Yeah, I do have some concerns though, in that, this is a map that we know Kraken are comfy on, and we know as we jump into it that Unjustified picking it means that Kraken can start on the T side if they would like to. I assume that they have here as well. Yeah, I believe so. So as we get into Anubis, that is definitely a huge plus for Kraken to get moving. I think that they, to be fair, haven't looked like the greatest on their T side, actually, despite the what I just said. But all starts with a pistol round. This will help to set the tone quite nicely. 4-stack to B, and Kraken are sprinting up mid, but they're gonna wrap to B, so it might not be all that big a deal unless they just go all the way through spawn over to A.
Wow,
that is an absurd pathing.
Yeah, a lot of people like the path of least resistance, and that's running through camera, but why not just dive in through CT spawn? That works as well. That works just nicely. The dual Berettas, though, here ready to catch out some aggression. And Pibby Sippy able to find a couple of kills. Does find herself last alive, though. The kit, kind of a Raid Val's kit, but can't really last too long there. It's just get bested eventually, and it will be well handled by the side of Kraken, the route that they take, avoiding that stack and also just isolating the single player.
Yeah, how is it that they avoid the 4-man stack first and foremost, right? But then they route back as if they're going to be, only to go through the CT spawn. Like, not even just, they're on beach, man. Like, what? I don't think I've ever seen a pistol like that on Anubis, but works out for him. It's the pure eco, really, for Unjustified. They're just gonna hopefully get the maximum out next round. It was already spotted back at the site beforehand. Alien gets seen. Oh, instant dink. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter. Great spray out of Sauce Boy to put him to bed one by one. He will see what she can do. Walk. P2K, basically.
Dana was very excited to pick up that P2K and get rid of his Glock. Happy with the upgrade.
Really a side grade.
True.
like I was gonna say Mac 10 MP9, but that's really not a good example, is it?
Yeah, I mean the MP9. Maybe would you consider that one the stronger one?
Yeah, I would.
Oh, I thought for a second that Juice Boy was a CT. Was not a CT, certainly, and unfortunately the enemy of the defense right there, he snuck his way past the smoke and got the defense completely confused there.
You're saying about not being able to contact in and what?
Yeah, I thought that would maybe be, oh, Juice Boy will take care of the last two. I thought that would maybe be a little less possible on Anubis, but no, you can still push your own smokes.
I'm giving you more of a hard time than you deserve. I agree conceptually with what you said. It just didn't work out this time in that way. Isn't that your preferred spray as well?
I do like it. Call it the drooler.
Yeah.
No, I think it's technically called speechless, but we know what it really is.
Yeah, I mean, you see what was happening. I see it. Shot of JD and an equally nice one out of Viv as well. Both of them pick up one, and I mean, Tanner's looking to try and help out, but Tanner doesn't realize that Hippy Zippy was right around the corner as well. AK upgrade, and Kraken starting to kind of show some of that disrespect that they had on Mirage, where, especially on an eco, they felt like they can get away with anything. They're getting punished for that this round.
Doing some phenomenal damage with these pistols. Hippy Sippy the only one able to upgrade onto a rifle, but they still got 4 players here on the B side. Jump spotting in. That confirms the location of the bomb right there, so you can just continue to afford this stack. And that means Kraken have to walk into this stack here. We'll see what they can do to get past it.
Molly's left here. Juice Boy gonna get caught as he turns towards JD's location. That's a pistol round victory. One of just a couple wins in this series for Unjustified so far, and it's on just pistols, no armor, really. An upgrade or two, and I mean, it all starts here with JD picking up kill on a Zoker, but phenomenal shot at a Viv. Tanner unaware of the fact that there's 2 up close here. Good positioning considering the pistols that they were working with Unjustified.
It's a huge relief here. They needed something to go their way, and being able to win it early on a eco like that is huge. Get you back on track here. Nice connection as well. The AWP through the wall. Doing some decent damage here. All that mid pressure though cues up some re-aggression towards A, it seems, and see how prepared they are to get in the right direction here. We're rotating more and more players over towards A, but it doesn't seem like that's the end goal here for Kraken.
No, and they still have a lot of control outside of A. Juice Boy's just sitting there waiting for, I presume, as soon as this B attack starts to happen, and Unjustified going to continue to move forward, and yes, they will. Flashbang dodged. They don't even check. Oh, they do. ADK actually does.
Wow.
Didn't look like she was actually going to make that move. Bomb goes down, though.
That's incredible. What a big clear right there. That saves her life and her teammates. Fantastic damage here. They've lost control of E-Box. They give it over, in fact, here. That's going to create a lot of discomfort in the post plants right now. HE's blowing open the smoke, and great contact from Viv. And they will very cohesively pull that retake off. ADK, without question, savior of that round with that clear.
No doubt about it. I mean, and once once they continue to put the pressure onto E-Box, Kraken looks so uncomfortable. They really don't know where they want to be, where they should be. Zoker inside of that smoke, but only goes 1 for 1. And Sauceboy out in the open, trying to desperately figure out how to provide coverage for his teammate. He's got 2 players kind of no location he can play off of. Kraken got 1 more buy in the tank, though. Real easy to disrespect the smoke when Juice Boy is already ahead of it when it gets tossed. It's ADK on notice, actually. If this ever does end up with some regression like we saw last round. As well as she was working on those clears beforehand, it's a 1 for 1. In this case, Juice Boy uncleared. Sauceboy comes in from mid side, cleans up her teammate in the process. Pippy Sippy is hoping to hang on to this up, but getting flanked. And Soker in an elevated position has her escape. Bomb not yet planted though, so Kraken really don't have the money, I would say, to go full hunt, but they're going to.
It seems like there's a lot of initiation on this. Sauceboy is going to find it initially. We'll be able to claim that last kill. Kraken move on up with some more successful rounds there. An instant timeout called from Unjustified.
Yeah, little oversight. Thought they had respected the smoke at ADK, but no, they had not. See a tactical pause called as well with a couple of rounds in a row. You would have hoped that Unjustified had built up some economy, and they have on the vast majority of players. Full buy into this round with MP9s on both Mama Alien and JD, but here's that lead. What's fast towards A? Kraken are just gonna send it in here. Nade dropped, but there's not a Molotov to delay them. Those flashes are so incredible out of Zoker. Is Juice Boy free range?
Right back to the Juice Boy injuries. Zoker following up. They're looking more like the team they were on Mirage here. Just quickly dominating through these rounds. Now again, can they hold on to their weaponry? Going in for a big investment like this, you would really like to hold on to this op. Most importantly, the MP9 will drop, but Pippy Sippy safe for now, and actually does survive right there at the end.
A lot of communication and sprays happening. And I'm following everything.
Yeah, you can see the relief. Maybe the uncertainty in that spray. How am I here? How am I still alive? Why me?
Ooh, that was close. Well, she's gonna have to be the one. Stand tall. It's not a flash that's gonna have a lot of effectiveness, but the utility, Molotov flashes, and smokes all do otherwise. And it removes the first line of defense, and Pippy Sippy's already sprinting for a save. She's just trying to get out, and if she had made that decision any later, honestly, she might have gotten caught up into this whole mess into CT, so good decision out of her to ensure that the op survives another round.
She's gonna go to the same spot. It's close to it. Nice headshot from Viv. Maybe Sibby's op does hit the ground. That's a bit unfortunate. Viv continue to fight forward. Another headshot there. Fantastic work coming through from Viv. She'll be able to secure her save because of it. Well handled. Punishing the aggression.
Yeah, I mean, massive couple of kills for Viv just to keep that AK alive will help them out pretty massively into this round. But I will say that the biggest issue that Unjustified FE have been dealing with is trying to stop Kraken's entry into the site. I mean, they've been so good, and Viv here just doesn't have the bodies to help her out, provide that support. She got a couple of kills through smoke in one fashion, and Alien catches the aggression on the other. We're lurking through as well in E-Box, 5-on-3. Kraken in trouble, and Kraken about to lose this round as they take the site with no contact, but they can't have anything after they plant the bomb.
Yes, not when Mama Alien spams 2 straight through smoke like that. It deletes 2 players. Look at this. Locks in the first kill there with vision. Ensures that Tanner can't push any further, but then just quickly connects onto another through that smoke, and fantastic recovery effort coming through from Unjustified, where they do kind of let him scale in towards the site pretty comfortably, but manage to react. And these retakes have been very good for the side of Unjustified FE.
Kraken will slow things down a little bit in this round, trying to look more to a default than they have in these previous. Like this setup. Actually, love that angle. It's just kind of an alteration to the normal op setups we put into that location. Great shot, Zoker on the re-aggression today. Sauce Boy through it. V. And Sauce Boy's grabbed another one. Viv can't get back in. So she's a non-factor. Sippy and JD will be on the A-bomb site, but they'll be saving.
Does feel like their setups sometimes lean a little bit passive here in terms of where they're actually playing out in these rounds, and I think maybe trying to lean on the strength of their ability to retake does leave them high and dry in some of these situations.
You know, I think also just a factor of how dominant and how aggressive Kraken were on Mirage. You know, that's hard to forget. You start to feel like you can't back yourself in some of those straight up duels, especially with what, you know, Peeker's advantage is.
That is true. Probably has to do with a little bit of a hit of confidence from that last map, and then watching this early parts of this retake setups working for you. It's like maybe you just want to lean in on that this game plan there, knowing that if you can avoid these early fights, you can work well in the post. Not the easiest way to win rounds, but it's been effective for them in some form or fashion.
Tragedy of the CT Molly doesn't clear out any of the box. Nade certainly does do a lot of damage, though. Unfortunately, Viv tosses it in and pays it for her life. Continues scaling. Kraken have it all. And it's a familiar sight as the A defenders look to save, but they're already being hunted down.
Mississippi gonna again have to fight for this op to be held on to. That timing so brutal. Molly not gonna provide any coverage. You know you're just gonna push that Molly. Overrun there eventually. Kraken stampede their way through this T side.
Eighth round, but Unjustified, I mean, the biggest problem here is that they're just constantly been on the back foot for the economy, too. But I'd say, you know, they pick up a fourth round here. I don't think you're too devastated about the half score line. That's pretty presumptuous. You consider how Kraken have been so incredible. Oh, not again.
Lurk through the smoke. This time he's going to take the left side approach. And they're lined up for him. Opened up on a silver platter. Viv kind of identified behind this pillar, but still taking care of business. B9 looks to fire up here as well, but already reposition effective. Just spotted out on the tail end though.
Gonna go ahead and sprint towards A. Knows that at least one more was at B. I don't think they saw both, but it doesn't really matter. I guess on the plus side, once this bomb goes down, Justified play it very passive right now. They're not even searching for information after noise is cut, but there are guns to be recovered on B side proper if they want to grab those before trying to go in for this retake. They're not going to do that. They're just going to try and get a leg up on the rotate.
Trying to scramble quickly to this retake on A, but they do have to deal with the forward-facing Chiracs here. Long-range duel versus MP9s. ADK will come out on top there, but 19 HP. Not going to be the easiest fight ahead. Soaker playing behind the cake. Very careful and cautious. And, oh. Going for the knife to close it out there as he dances around the cake. And does catch a nice little slice.
Yeah, I mean, Zoker sort of playing with his food at the end, but Sauceboy, absurd how many times he's getting away with that. Into the B-bomb side on this half. I think so unlucky for Viv. In good spots multiple times, but just slightly off. You know, a foot out in the open gives vision over to the T's in a way that she doesn't anticipate. 9-3. Not the worst case scenario for Unjustified FE, but it could be better. We'll take attack into pistol. I mean, this is definitely the most important round of this map for Unjustified. A win here gets you back into the conversation. A loss knocks you out of that conversation more often than not.
Yeah, you're gonna have to play some flawless CS here on your T side. As highlighted earlier, you know, 3 rounds sometimes can be enough to work through for your T side of Anubis. But this is a tough task ahead of them. Team that's playing with maximum confidence.
Kraken are already gonna have 3 on A when this hit comes in because they pushed through B. Oh, and JD has
the utility
turned and has the util, as you mentioned. And now they gotta go on A. There's just no choice in the matter. This is gonna be a very well staffed bomb site.
Oh, goodness. What seems like one person doing all the heavy lifting right there. Chirax clotheslines every last player running in to his crosshair. Yeah, that is just game breaking right there. You lose your mid player with utility, maybe hoping that they could get a late lurk. And Chirax does this as soon as you want to hit the A side after all that.
So frustrating for JD, who she's like looking there, turns away. That's when they're swinging in. Here's the Tank 9s. They got a little something to work with. Ooh, not the nicest of spray out of Zoker, but the damage is so significant. Remaining 2 Ts are on death's door already. And Viv will eventually get caught in that smoke. There's a bomb plant there. That is something to work with for Unjustified. I mean, more than just pistols and armor this round, but how much more can they put on for this game? Can they extend this? Tossing utility. Great trade out of Pippi. We're still hanging out here, but he can't sit here forever. Is he just going to continue to move forward? That's the question. Seems like it. Really got to fall back now.
Puts a little scare onto him. The shots popping off there, and we'll actually finish what Juice Boy started. Get some aggression going in towards the B side, but that's Tanner swinging in with conviction. ADK. Left with her back against the wall now. Chirax will be caught on some tough timing. DK did a good job of finding some damage here, but Zoker getting his boots wet in the water will lock in the kill eventually, and that'll put them with ample opportunity now to close this map out. That timing is so brutal from Juice Boy again.
The second round in a row, she's been caught in a similar position and trying to work some utility. Kraken looking to go on the speed run, it looks like. 12-3, and it is series on the line. Unjustified's tournament life on the line as well. With a nice couple of shots will help them out. A big deal. With that mid presence dismantled, they think maybe there's a lot of space, but Susboy's already on scene. Quick trade. Mama Alien, nicely done. We'll get there in the end. Chirax is still available here on the A-bomb site, and he will put this one in the ground. It's Chirax for 2, and Kraken with a 2-0. Finally picking up that win here in CCT. After a couple of tough best-of-3s, it's Unjustified FE, who are unfortunately eliminated 0-3 as well.
They find themselves up against a very strong Kraken roster, a Kraken roster that could have, you know, gone 2-0. In fact, if you look at how close some of their matchups were in the opening fights here. So, unfortunate exit there for Unjustified FE as they find themselves eliminated, but again, Kraken bouncing back in a big way, showing their strength, just showing exactly what they're made of here. The individuals looking incredible So not a big surprise that we see them come in, but this much confidence and shut things down with comfort.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see some of the way that these individuals can really work. You know, the way they've been building into their individual level. Boostboy and Sauceboy, I think we're kind of at the forefront. A lot of good work from Tanner on Mirage, and I think Zoker and Chirac able to show up in a big way on that Anubis. It is a tough loss though for Unjustified FE. And yeah, now see them 0-3, but a big move up for Kraken, still on the brink of elimination, but they survive another round of this Swiss. And you know, as we've been kind of touching on again and again, this is a Swiss that they definitely are a team that can win. I mean, there's a bunch of teams that I'm looking at here that, you know, I think, you know, very winnable. If you know, if Revel continues, if Lotus continues, both of those are very winnable games. You know, but also, you know, Mythic, Regain, these are all teams that Kraken definitely has a chance at Aether as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking in form right there, looking exciting, able to bring in a lot of energy on that Mirage and Anubis, and I have high expectations that they can carry that forward, as you said, and really bounce back into this, and not only just get this win up against Unjustified FE, but then start to string in some success later down the line here, and I've got high expectations that they can do just that.
To lead in to what is a bit of a break, actually. We sped run now in just about an hour on the clock, actually, for that first best of 3 2-0. So we got about an hour and 50 minutes before we get a Lotus FE Revel game going, set to start here moving forward, though. So make sure that you're interested, if you're interested in that, to stick around. Maybe grab a bite to eat, and then we'll be back in. So we're going to be hopping over to about an hour and a half break, and then we shall return for that second best of 3 of today. We'll see you then.
At the end of an extended break, CCT North America continues here in Series 4, and the Swiss stage is where we're at. And if you're just joining us, we just got done seeing Kraken hold off elimination as they get into that 1-2 mark. You know, a win on the board, that's got to feel good. We got two more teams that are hoping to find a win on the board here.
Yeah, looking to, again, bounce back here. A good opportunity for both of these rosters here between Lotus FE and Revel. Should make for a very exciting matchup. These are two teams, I think, with a lot of skill, tough to find in 0-2 side of things, but obviously eager to bounce back, and obviously some pretty cool rosters being built here in that department. So looking forward to seeing who's going to come out on top in this matchup, and I think, again, it could be a bit of a close affair here as well.
Yeah, I think that, you know, if you watch that last matchup, you might kind of get the idea that this is not so much a close one, but I think that the reality is that, you know, this Revel team, though they have a lot of like experienced pieces, Jackro obviously, you know, been in advance multiple times, and as a leader, definitely has a lot of strengths that he can lean on. You know, this is a Revel team that is in main currently. That is, you know, I think looking pretty decent, but also has some, you know, some pieces that aren't exactly at that highest level that Revel is. I mean, it's weird to call it an org. It's really more like Jackro's project, but you know, this team that hasn't necessarily been out. But I think that, you know, that all of that being said, this has got to be, you know, if there's a chance for Revel to kind of find a win here in this Swiss stage, here and now is the time they've got to do it. Big rating for me for Jackro. You know, I think that he's a strong leader.
Yeah, I mean, looking to kind of lead this team through a victory here and get back into the Swiss stage side of things and come up big time. I mean, watched these guys towards the end of last year. What they were able to do was pretty impressive, and it made some roster changes. I believe that I was kind of surprising after last season of main playoffs and stuff. I didn't really expect them to, but then building into this roster that I think has a lot of potential, and obviously I think kind of a bummer. I think they were very close to qualifying for advance last year and just missed out on that. So they're still playing out in main. That leaves them potentially a little under practice in that department, and I want to see how they're able to bring up a fight here, given that fact.
Yeah, it was sort of roster changes. I don't know that they necessarily were super interested in making. I think Nova had some sort of health-related thing. I don't know if it was like a broken bone or something. I don't know. I just recall that he had mentioned not being able to play at the beginning of this season, and then Koi, who was playing with them at the end of it, he was playing well, but I think it's always been a question after he's moved away whether or not he wants to put the time into CS once again. He's obviously a good player, like a huge voice in the team with a ton of experience. But if he's not able to put that time in, then that's not available, which opens the opportunity for Toasty, who was kind of in and out. He has main experience before, and Mads, who you'll obviously know from the Impact scene. These Lotus members will definitely be knowing her name. A really strong player that has been able to kind of build up a lot of reputation standing in with squads and attending LAN events these last couple those last couple of months, along with a guy that I don't know a lot about in Brock. So those changes, yes, a bit surprising, but at the same time, I think that Revel have kind of rebuilt in a pretty strong fashion considering that fact.
Yeah, absolutely, and hopefully we get to see them continue to develop here, and then obviously they'll be eager to be making another main playoff run here at some point. Set the tone for this roster and bring in a good future. As we'll go ahead and take a look at their opposition and who they're going to be playing up against here. And Lotus FE obviously finding themselves 0-2 as well and looking to bounce back here in a matchup that definitely going to be difficult, but it feels like, again, all the way through, they've been able to show some impressive results. I think their matchup versus Aether kind of making them sweat on Ancient, which I said was going to be a bit of a difficulty there for this team, knowing what the roster can bring to the table on that map and knowing their comfort levels. So I was impressed with what they were able to do there.
Yeah, I think despite how that best of three kind of ended with a little bit less of the the strong showing that we saw in Ancient, I think that there's definitely a lot of positives to kind of lean back on. A couple of these players quite experienced too, and Gadfly, along with Cyclone, who's a little bit less experienced and a lot younger as well. And as unfortunate as it is, my understanding is that Abby, who isn't going to be playing, is their in-game leader. But they do bring in their coach Inno7, who's another player coaching this roster, but a player who's also very experienced. So as a whole, I think that Lotus definitely has some opportunities in this best of three. I would not count them out in any way, shape, or fashion going into this series before even talking about the Veto, because this is a team that was very close to kind of making moves, in Impact, but didn't quite make that cut. I still think that they can continue forward here in CCT, but it is the Veto that we're getting into, and you're just getting no breaks, man. Train not meant to be, it seems.
Yeah, everyone just hates it, I guess. I think more so it's still a bit of work in progress, I feel like, and everyone was banning Vertigo anyways, but still no Train, which is a bit of a disappointment. We will see Nuke, though, picked into by Revel. So Ancient going to be the map that, again, I saw highlighted Lotus FE looked very comfortable on. They were able to punish a lot of Aether's mistakes and make him work for that win. I was very impressed with them. So Ancient coming in as their pick. Potentially Anubis to be left over. That's kind of I was expecting. And that's what we'll get there to close us out here for that best of three if required. And again, it'll be interesting to see what these two teams are going to be able to put up to the task here. I was watching Revel on LAN as well. I believe they played with Mads for that event because Koi wasn't able to make it out, right? So they actually had a little bit of experience with Mads beforehand, and I think that helps out as well. So I think being able to get a comfortable map pool here alongside being able to build up some energy here and try and get a win underneath your belt is going to be key, because Revel definitely want to stay alive here in CCT.
Yeah, I mean, they were also playing with Toasty during that event, who, like I said, last season, I think it was kind of an in and out. Like, he was subbing anytime somebody wasn't available. I was looking at some of the games played last season of main. But yeah, like, as much as these are roster changes for Revel, these are roster changes that, you know, aren't going to be as disruptive as a normal set of changes when you're chopping 2 players, you know, and moving in. I think that that's definitely the case. Which is going to be helpful. But yeah, kind of looking at this like Veto and how it's gone down. You know, Nuke is not a map that this Lotus team typically look to go for. But you know, they do have some experience on it. They leave it open, so you know it's certainly there in their pool. I don't know that it's all that high up, but you know, as long as I think they can weather the storm of Nuke. And you know, that just means not mentally getting knocked out, and you know, then if there's chances to win, you know, take that definitely. I think both Ancient and Anubis are very strong maps, and where I think Lotus could definitely, even if they go down a map in the series, find a reverse sweep.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna be interested in seeing here, if Lotus can pull through this win here versus a team that has obviously undergone some changes and is maybe weakened by it there. Heading into 2025, it could be a good opportunity for them to strike here and take advantage of that fact. But we'll see if that is the case here as we're ready to hop on into the action. We're ready to enter into Nuke and open up this series. We'll see what these 2 teams are made of. Not trained, but that's okay. We'll get there eventually.
Soon TM. At least I hope so. Yeah, CT side start. Lotus will definitely be appreciating that one, and despite kind of losing a big leadership factor in this game with their coach standing in, you know, I think that at least that's limited by it being their coach, at the very least. So, get a Revel T side pistol where Toasty is making the first look in towards ramp side, but pretty much everybody is in and around behind him. There's no move made just yet. Gonna wait for Lotus to maybe make the first move, or give them an opportunity to, if they would so please. Lotus are very, very passive. They don't want to take these fights. They don't want to give Revel anything else for free.
Making them work here as they move out towards A. Great flashbang. Takes care of Cyclone on the top of Hut. That's going to help them entry on into the site pretty comfortably. Nice clear from Gadfly, though. Aware of the possibility of Jackro being elevated on that angle. Very smart. Clear. And Crosshairs on the money and that peek on the penny as well. Zazu entries in from the mini side of things. They've got a pretty devastating crossfire to crack on through, and Brockman pinned to the wall there, able to fight his way out of this situation. Has to get a reload off, though. And Gadfly going to come through with a successful retake.
I mean, she's got 3 kills on the round, and that's just heads-up play all the way through from her, just as you kind of highlighted, getting a nice clear initially, but that continues to be true, not overstepping the bounds. It's so easy to kind of get ahead of yourself when you're trying to get back through the door in that maneuver. But yet, she just holds, waits for the rest of the team to start to get activated, and then finally ready to move forward when Zazu's prepared, and eventually gets that trade onto Brock. So Lotus picking up a pistol round victory, despite what was actually a fantastic Revel like A-side execute. The flashes were on point. The utility, though limited, of course, on the pistol round, was strong. They just couldn't hold on against the retake.
Couldn't quite cap it off there in the post. See if they break down some of those challenges. Oh, a lot of space being gathered here towards the outer yard, but not met with too much resistance. That wall of smokes allows them to get in towards secret pretty comfortably.
But it's not like they got a bunch of players down here. It's just the one that they've gotten into position in the form of Penny. That's all sort of non-confirmed. Penny, his position now known, but only just as he activates on the talkies. It will be Gadfly, who once again kind of needs to stand tall as the support in the form of, they're up on rafters, and between her and Cyclone, it's a lot of damage that's already done. Gadfly low HP, but now has the attempted return. Double swing was right idea, but execution left lacking. Lotus are looking to find a clutch 1v2, but even though N07 only has an MP9, his HP bars aren't that high.
A little underhand on the HE. Doesn't finish the job, but the MP9 trying to chase him down. Will eventually take care of Penny, but that leaves him back turned to Jackro. And not a bad game put in that retake, just unfortunately didn't have the HE damage enough to close out that kill to make his job a lot easier into another
7?
That's the one. Thank
You got there.
There's an N2O.
Yeah, you've
Right.
been calling too many akimbo games.
Yeah.
I mean, the real problem is that his name is Neo.
Well, there you go.
He's baited us all. That's the real issue. Quick activation on the secondary set of wall smokes. Revel, ooh, track down. That's a lot of damage. No 7 gets it through smoke, but no confirmation. Toasty revives on 6 HP. And No 7 really wishing he could find some freebies. That smoke now evacuated of T's. Zazu and Cyclone in a good position, but that Molotov really forces Cyclone out into the open, and Zazu falls quickly thereafter. So the both of them gone. The B site open, and Revel into good position.
Establish themselves with essentially a wall of smokes everywhere they go. Gadfly interested in pushing the smokes, but just lost one extra teammate in that department. There's a lot of low HP bars that can help them out in this retake. That'll certainly help out in that retake. Gadfly again flawless in the clears and gets one through the wall as well. Penny though still healthy and still a problem. Here's the aggression from Gadfly. Looks to buy time now in this post plant. And a great flash wing comes through there. Penny will peek eventually. They look to hunt down this kill. It's a little bit scary, but they eventually find it in the end. Gadfly is so careful in these retakes and just on the money every shot.
I talked about her as kind of one of the players on this roster that are one of those more experienced faces that has been kicking it around for a little while now, and I think some of that experience really showing out on the server. 8-2 now. Up until that moment, 8-1 on the scoreboard. Revel, a very careful approach that they take in yard in that last round. They do a great job of making sure that they don't give too much of anything away. So as they route down, continue to play a numbers game, they're always in the better position.
Have a tough time here. Penny's taken a lot of space, but if he wants to be one of those players that goes up heaven or anything like that, you probably wanted him to have a MAC-10 and not an AK. So he goes and clears out ramp instead. And if he does that and they head down towards lower, you're pretty much going to have an open B-bomb site. You're going to avoid that stack.
Yeah, Jack Raven tosses in a bit of a fake smoke towards Mini in order to start to help sell that that's happening, or there's at least some activation. Brock's had the SMG, so he had a chance to start to farm up some serious cash, but he goes down after just the one. Don't know how valuable that SMG is going to be for Zazu, who's recovered it, though. That unlikely to be super effective in the coming rounds. They're getting everything here. Cyclone gets a couple on the escape, and Toasty's the only surviving member of Revel. So, Stack, not on the right site, but they still get 4 kills out of that. That's huge value for Lotus.
Yeah, considering there was just so little investment coming into this round. Fantastic that you're able to exit. Knowing that the round is lost, but still being able to put up that much of a fight, take down that many guns. That is huge value. Out of an eco. Those are the sort of ecos that you love to get down range there. You know, you maybe didn't get away with the right stat call, right 50-50, but even despite that fact, you still managed to have impact in the round.
Brock's on the AWP. That was the question that I had. You know, kind of assuming that it'd be an opera that they brought in, losing Nova. Seems to be the case. Just investigating, though very wide on red. Well, Toasty's waiting for this move, but flashed away. Moves his crosshair. Allows Takis to get into position and take a double before the nade chases her down. One more moment and she might have gotten away. But Gadfly thinking about this reaggression right into Matt's crosshair. She's 1 for none in that situation. Brox also catches in a 7. So reaggression not really favoring Lotus.
Looks like they really want to reclaim this lobby control. Mads turns her back just in time for that aggression to take place. She's so cautious, and she's right. She was getting crunched in on both directions, but ends up giving over her life after a little delay. Cyclone and Zazu now known in the upper side, going to be met by 2 Mollies. That is going to delay their retake efforts big time.
It's also allowed Jacker to separate. Catches the first, though. Holds mouse 1. Not a perfect on the spray control. Full set of utility, actually, for Zazu. In the 1v1. HP so low. Surely this has been communicated up, though. Rox is just going to jump in with the knife out and slashes away inside that smoke. Zazu, I mean, a valiant effort, but on that low of health, it was always going to be difficult.
That's a interesting way to go about it. I thought he was going to whip out the Glock, but just goes straight for the stab there. And Opera's just thinking money moves. As you highlighted, surely that was communicated that the damage was done. Left clicks are out. Brock closes out that kill. Makes some money for his troubles.
Now Revel. And they know that they're up against pistols, and so they're taking a very aggressive stance to this round. They just want to get up in their face and not allow that kind of slow, methodical approach that Lotus took to their previous eco. Once again, in strong positioning, just a little bit exposed there. I think her knee just showing through. It's left Cyclone alone. Toasty thinking that Cyclone had already made their way out. I guess a miscomm on where Cyclone was coming from, but doesn't really negatively affect Revel in any way.
handled. T-side looking very good at the moment. From the very start here, you know, from that pistol. They had that great execution.
Oh,
That's rough.
tragic timing.
And with that secondary smoke, as you can see on the minimap, you're not seeing any rotations down lower. I imagine that's because Talkies is still, you know, kind of identifying and communicating that no one has crossed down secret. And just threading that needle perfectly in the timing is going to really pay dividends for this T-side.
Yeah. Zazu thinking that she's covered, but yet no. And actually, the double door open, but nobody able to hear that, I guess, or didn't catch it. Regardless, no communication in that fashion. So Lotus, in their entirety, caught off guard. And I mean, I think that you could go in for this, but a save is not an unreasonable call either.
Yeah, absolutely safe here. B-side's hard enough to retake, but knowing that you have no control of that lower site at all, and no one even down there, means this has to be a save. Smart decision made early here from Lotus FE to give them pretty much an extra gun round. That is for now. It could be hunted here.
No 7 spotted too. At least Penny's going to grab the one, pick up N07, ensure that it is a little bit less than perfect. But the difference in this round isn't really going to be felt. Lotus still have everything they really could want. They'll be lacking a couple of bits of utility on Gadfly and maybe a kit or two, but otherwise, job done in getting that extra gun round.
Nice way to start things off. Actually thinking about pushing the smoke. Somehow, Talkie's able to connect on that shot there. Quick rotation in as well from N07. Trying to pick up the speed there towards the ramp room, but there was so much resistance out of the gates there from Lotus FE.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of bodies actually on ramp in that round. And quick answer, obviously, into 7 rotation definitely helps in that fashion. But Zazu, you know, the finishing blow is the Molotov, but it's the heads-up shooting first and foremost that allows her to get the one. And then Talkies provides just enough time for N07 to arrive on scene. Those low HP bars eaten up by the M4 A1S. Revel try pace change and they lose out.
Right back to what has been working pretty well for them, and that's testing this out of yard, trying to get secret control. That's been effective. That's only your second kill, but holding off on these hut pushes has been incredibly effective. She takes a lot of initiation off that, moves out to the site, goes and clears it out. No 7 now met with a molly in heaven, has to step out into the AWP because they had no other options.
Mad's victories don't stop in this round. A double entry on his site. She's got another holding off the defense, and it's Gadfly who's been such a key component of any of these retake successes that is all alone. She's 1v5, and though she'll pick up the first, it's Revel to continue to dominate on the T side of Nuke. This is getting to the point where you got to talk about Revel just, you know, starting to fall. It's starting to fall out of hand, the numbers that Revel are starting to get up to. T-side, 7 rounds is already very good.
Yeah, again, just looking very comfortable role-wise here. Mads, super patient with waiting for that aggression on the hot plays. Takes that initiation off the back of knowing that she had one opening, and then goes and makes it 3. Fantastic work here. Nice little push and pull on that contact. Blowing open that door, but Talkies flying into the angle and bringing in a big kill. And again, rock shut down there by Gadfly. So a nice bit of relief offered up. The timing is going to be rough here, but good trade from Cyclone, crucially.
I mean, talking about Gadfly is one of these really important pieces. Why is Jackro has so much space? Hold on a second. He might have found the winning ticket. Open this round back up. Back down to the B site, where Inno7 is the only one who's located here, but he's not actually in the site proper. He's going to find it very difficult to have impact when the double door's mollied off. Oh, but he goes in, will die for it, but denies the bomb.
I'll say worth. With Shakro in an uncomfortable situation, and Cyclone and Gadfly join forces to take care of business. Nice little hero play in the flames. Managing to deny that plant, but yeah, great coverage coming through there from the duo there with the op of Takis, and as you highlighted here, could have been a lot worse, but this play ends up denying that bomb plant and making sure that they don't set up into a comfortable post plant that can actually lead to things going a bit out of control.
Stepping up in their faces in yard. Know about it just yet, and Jacker only gives it a 10 to check, so escape though should be a lot harder now, just inside of a smoke. Bullets rain down all around. Inno7, another one out of that position. Maybe have gotten traded a little quicker, but he gets away with it. Zazu sticking around a little too long, allows Brock's time to reposition his crosshair into victorious position. Gadfly spotted out by Mads, who is once again just a devastating force, holding off Lobby.
Yeah, I mean, again, now this time waiting for an audio cue before she finally steps out and gets that kill. Inno7, a fantastic round, but his trades end up being costly as the peaks continue to come on through. And as we highlighted, Mads waiting for that audio cue, jumping off the hut, finding that kill. Very smart. CS coming through there. Now fast play, a big pace change once again. Mini smoke doesn't connect though. That's a big problem, and still being able to fight their way through this one. But Mads eventually bested. Jackro put to the 1v1 up in heaven. The MP9 reigns supreme from that long range. Impressive stuff from Zazu to close it out.
You know, it's Jackro trying to call some very decisive moments that I think are the only missteps in this entire T side for Revel. Incredible hold, all things considered, especially when you look back and see what the weaponry looks like. But still, Lotus 4 rounds on the CT side, it isn't great. Revel showing a lot of form that you would expect on their map pick. But as much as we were kind of talking about Gadfly and those retakes really running through her, I think Cyclone did a bang-up job that really didn't get touched on very often of holding off on the A-bomb site itself. She was in crucial positions and always got her one or more in those rounds that they did hit A. Never the reason that site was lost. A bit of a dynamic duo for Lotus in these rounds that were very strong, alongside some incredible consistency out of Takis.
I'm up from Revel heading into this pistol as well. Interesting to see that. They set up this CT side pistol. Call in the right direction as a quick headshot from Mads, tracking the jumping player and manages to lock down the full defense of that ramp room. Stellar hold. Leveling out the attacking players. No 7. Not long for this world either. quickly dealt with there in the end. And Revel, you step up to the plate big time. Mads heating up big time in this matchup. Finds the player jumping and spinning around the corner. That's usually a hard shot. And then manages to find the other two around trying to trade the player that she knocked out quickly.
I mean, usually a near impossible shot. That's the whole point of, you know, giving that target, making that target so difficult to hit. Jumping, spinning around. I think surely not going to get the headshot, but no. That's got it figured out. Like a Glock angle for Lotus FE, though Cyclone on an R8, which I don't know, it seems a little questionable. Down by 5, but especially when the Deagle exists. Maybe she is just an R8 god and we don't know.
Well, nowadays you can have the R8 and the Deagle in your loadout as well.
That's a good point.
You just have to sacrifice a P250. You know you're not giving over a Tech 9.
Yeah, definitely not. I don't know. I think that's also troll.
Or dual Berettas, I guess.
I know P250 is not the most loved gun right now, but it's incredible value for $300.
I agree. It is good value. But the dualies, you can give up the dualies.
Can you?
Well, if you're not buying them on the pistol, you really never see them.
I guess that's true. You know, just make sure your teammate has them. Good point. Normally, I would agree with you without question.
I'm just trying to make the most possible case here for the R8 and pro play.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Chakra picks it up, is like, did I see that right? Yep. Tosses it right back on the floor. The dualies.
No, thank you.
Preferable for him, it seems.
Yeah, he'll keep the dualies. Thank you very much. Getting rid of that. ASAP. Not interested.
Somebody needs to get cooking. What's the, like, whole, like, the animation from, you know, no gun, from knife to gun? The R8. Is it faster? Are they all the same? I should know this. That's the kind of technical thing I should probably know. But
What was the question about Trey?
what is the time from knife to able to shoot
Okay.
between pistols? The R8. Any fast as you like though with this MP9. That one's got a fast rate of fire. Quite the same. And the follow-up utility, unfortunately, that's a CT molly and it's just a little short. But he'll force the issue with an AK recovery.
Yeah, picks that one up. Quite the upgrade right there. Manages to use it up against him. So nice bit of control given over towards the outer yard. They do have ramp room open as a route for them. That could make things interesting here. Still pretty slow about the approach, and Mads is going to be the initial resistance down in towards that lower site.
Be her first test on a gun around the CT side hold. She's heard all that information now as they stomp down into the site proper. Oh, this might be a on denial. No. Inside the smoke. Big damage, though. And for her to stay alive is so very valuable as Jacker now fills in the gaps in decon. Ichi gonna break open the double door and apply even more pressure. Difficult position. Oh, but gun's not out. Gun's not out. Allow Cyclone to get a freebie. Mads will get up in the mix, and now Taki's position is known. Mads will confirm onto that clutch, and with the kit, she's got plenty of time. Picked up the Revel 11th round.
Yeah, a little concerning right there with the weaponry not being brought out there initially on that opening fight. On top of that, a lot of map control kind of conceded despite Penny winning that duel towards the outer yard in a big way. It was very comfortable for them to move through ramp and in towards that lower side without any resistance. But job still finished by Mads. Comes up clutch.
And, you know, where that might start to get concerning is the long-term implications of how tight that round was. But, I mean, Lotus are starting to run out of time. This is going to be an eco. Unless they can pull off something pretty impressive with these lesser weapons. And Revel won't be able to be punished that quickly.
Done there from Penny's AK. That was so much damage there. An unbelievable amount. Nearly goes for 3 kills. The op finishes off the 2 low HP bars. And they will move down in towards this lower side in 07. Going to try and lock in the digits, but gets denied. Hockey's now in a clutch opportunity. Spotted out and kind of backed into a corner. You're towards the double doors.
Little dicey from Toasty. Don't want to give him a fight. He's starting to get a couple of possibilities, but Toasty gonna slam the door in her face. She'll get her revenge, but I do, you know, kind of have the question of if, you know, denying that bomb is kind of worth Jacker's life in an eco round. And Toasty caught out. Ultimately, that's a lot of economic damage applied. We'll start to, you know, if Lotus can begin to make the comeback, affect Revel sooner rather than later.
It could create some discomfort for sure. Or they could just close it out here. And call up curtains. See what is the case here. Because like you said, you know, they are kind of a round away from breaking that economy, and that could be key to the comeback, and that'll certainly help. Gadfly catches Jackro trying to jump up. Instant dismissal of that play. Sends it into a nice 4v5 here very early on. Great coverage there from Cyclone as well, holding off that lobby aggression.
Watch as Penny gets so much space without taking any contact. Now that he's dead, Revel are in a tough spot. They're going to put Brock back over into ramp. But he's got a whole lot to do, and Mads is jiggling on this angle with a nade out. It'll be chunky, but it's going to have to be even better, the hold from her on the back of the side. Oh, it is! 2? No, Toasty picking up the 1, and Mads will grab another. If Toasty can stay alive, Lotus are in some trouble. They really need to get him cleared out of here. And inside of the molly, he fights and lives to tell the tale. Brock's pistol is enough to close it out right there. As you suggested, it's one way to do it, and Revel do so very quickly. 13-4 on Revel's map pick.
Yeah, just looking very comfortable on this map. You can see from the very early stages of Nuke how effective Revel were at working the map control. A lot of times it was maybe as well on the other side of things a little discomfort for Lotus FE, who it seemed like didn't quite have rotations where they needed to be in time. Those sort of issues flaring up, and that obviously will cost you a lot in this this map. There made some rounds very comfortable for Revel, and you know, as we highlighted, the only really struggles we did see out of Revel were when they played rounds lightning fast, and they would walk into these setups that were held together very well from Lotus FE. But other than that, it felt like they had a good read on the slow rounds there on that T side, and then obviously the defense was flawless.
Yeah, you know, and in those faster rounds, I think more of an attempt just to kind of keep them off guard, you know, on the back foot more than, you know, a bad call per se. Definitely credit Lotus more than, you know, discredit Revel on those types of rounds. But yeah, a nuke that I think it goes as sort of as expected. Like I said, I think that weathering the storm of Nuke, making sure to stay mentally in this series was kind of the first step, considering how favored Revel were on that map. But now we look towards a map 2, Ancient, that, you know, listen, it didn't look the greatest in this CCT tournament, but I think that's based on, the opposition that they were playing. Lotus FE definitely have something to prove on this Ancient map. So as we look forward, we got 10 minutes of a break here coming up. Then we're going to get into Ancient. We'll be right back. It's time to see what Ancient holds. We have a Lotus map pick coming up here, and you know what? I think that a lot of upside for Lotus, despite a bit of a struggle on that first map. You also gotta recognize kind of the strengths that Revel were working with. A really methodical T side that came together incredibly nicely, and they just transitioned that into a solid CT side with a pistol round victory. I think that there was a lot to like about what Lotus had to offer. We just didn't get to see all that much of it.
Yeah, and as I highlighted, sometimes, when you play in these best of threes here, a little bit different of a format than what you're maybe typically used to. I mean, Lotus FE does have a little bit more history in best of threes than just like your average league team that's playing out, but sometimes you can be tested on maps that are a little bit uncomfortable for you, and now you get to hop into a map that you're comfortable on. You have those protocols that are set in stone. Obviously, they're also taking a bit of a hit there in terms of having their full roster, and that kind of hurts, but hopefully we get to see them bounce back here on Ancient.
Yeah, definitely missing, especially that leadership, that Abby typically would bring. With that being said, we are jumping into this Ancient map, and Revel onto the CT side as well was something that they did look very strong on. I think that their CT side protocols looked very good. That's kind of why it was a quick end after that 8-4 half. Was Revel just never took the foot off the gas. So let's see what Lotus can put together. Did make Aether sweat on this map pretty significantly. It was a 6-6 half that they put together on that series. Couldn't quite close it, but just the fast A play. Jack Pro in position. Adjustment on that P2K. They might have another one there. They almost lined up for him, but again on the jump, talkies will be enough to adjust the crosshair away, and with her and Inno7 continue to move forward. This donut control, fantastic for Lotus.
They gotta figure out a way to crack through this. Penny does find the first and the second followed up there so quick on these kills with those dual Berettas, and Toasty will finish the job there. So very decisive on the retake and great coverage from Penny, and then the Brock combo.
So confident was Penny in those duels with the pair of dualies. That might be, Toasty and Penny might be like the chillest duo. Like that I could think
dudes.
Of. Like, no, like as a combo, I don't know.
I love Penny.
I'm just, but you know what I mean, like.
Yeah, I don't know Toasty as well, but
Toasty is pretty much the same amount of chill, just in a slightly different way. That's the way I'd put it.
awesome.
Yeah. Got a chance to hang out with both of those guys a little bit. Penny before that, but Toasty I got to see at Frag Tap 2. And then obviously both of them were at Frag 18 as well. And at a pretty interesting decision out of Lotus. So they get the bomb down, but they still aren't looking to full invest in this. They bought pistols, mostly no armor. Zazu's the only one who's got Kevlar. They're just sitting and waiting. Stuck behind a smoke, double door for the time being, and fair enough. Mads will take that space, though, that's been given over.
Another smoke just to be tossed in instead as well, as soon as it fades away, but not without Jacker ripping out a quick kill beforehand, just to make matters a little bit more difficult. And so patience, maybe not paying off, but looking to avoid too many casualties to these SMGs. Those SMGs looking a little bit hungry for these eeks, and Mads will take them all. Clears out the crossfire, and then shuts down that low HP bar, and Mads will go ahead and take her 3. And her 1800.
Yeah, Toasty got the other one here in mid, too, so that's 4 out of 5 frags going the MP9's way. care being taken even in that eco round to get a flashbang in there for Mads to go for it. Lotus liked what they saw on that pistol round. I mean, this is sort of a running back of that with, additional utility, a much more proficient execute because of that. Tom not going to play denial, but the rifle will certainly do better. As Brox doesn't get the bomb, but does get the planter.
Sit into a 4v5 in the post. Position's a little bit struggling though. Missing out on some crucial control here. They have to hope that these AKs can do some heavy lifting here. Gadfly's still yet to reveal herself as well. Smoke on top of the bomb. And they've yet to even get on this thing. Gadfly finally stepping up here, but I don't think there's enough time. There's a kit.
Yeah, they got it.
In just about, wow. Oh, just barely.
That would have been embarrassing if I said so confidently they got it and then they didn't. But they got it. So, all good there in the end. And, I mean, I think Revel probably taking away the same thing as I am. Right? Gets down to the wire. Certainly took their time putting the pressure of the bomb defuse on there by not tapping earlier, but wins at the end of the day, and Revel will pick up 3 in a row. Start this map off right.
Holds towards middle here as they continue to collapse, but in 7 there. Beautiful head shield on the follow-up. Matt's still rocking this MP9 as well.
Oh, she's so deep. They're gonna have no clue where she's at.
She's gonna get bombed too.
That's devastating.
Now the ops getting involved. It's a nice crossbar. Whoop. Nice, but not lasting right there as Brock sends his life down the line here. And Taki's looking to deal with Mads. Close range with that MP9. Mads using that mobility, but eventually gets charged down. And the round is closed out there. Taki's going to redeem it.
Interesting that Taki's, doesn't go to grab the AWP there. Was available. A little bit of a flub spray there for Jacro. This is where it changed the whole equation, though. It's in 07, that double out mid elbow. Mads just, especially after losing the initial HP, just didn't have the confidence to actually commit to that fight, despite we're doing a lot of good work with an MP9 over the course of this series already. Triple nade into lane. A little bit of damage, but not quite a kill. Such an annoying spot to be caught off in if you're Gadfly. Didn't do much of anything wrong, but just spotted out at a bad timing.
Starts off with a nice advantage here as well. 4v5 with nothing but MP9s into the mix, now making a 5v2. And 5v1 is the, not even full investment, but a kind of half buy here of the MP9s. End up paying dividends here, and I'm going to get them lifted off in a big way. Fantastic round. Now you get to upgrade onto AKs for 4 players. That is devastating there.
Especially when it is the MP9s that you invested. This is a bit of an oversight, though. Lotus, knew that Revel had gotten that kill. Gadfly goes down at the beginning of the round, so they had massive time and control of Jaguar, but yet just overlooking, an easy clear. That'll hurt you a lot. Gives Penny the space to work. Pass out towards mid. It is a lot of them there, and Brox! The damage was done by Toasty for the majority. I think there was a TK in that mix as well. And then Brox just catches them all. I guess, to be fair, no armor, but that was awful swift.
Look at the headshots here as well. Like you said, 1 team kill in the mix, but then 2 headshots roll off there for instant kills. That's definitely one of the reasons you don't want to give over those AKs to the CT side players. you said, though, up against pistols, maybe a little more acceptable. Look at this double up aggression. They're going to be meeting head-on in a collision. So many bodies around the corner. The Penny manages to at least keep it even here into a 3v3 now. As they're throwing utility still, Jackrow's pushed the mid-smoke. And Talkies has pushed Donut in a big way. That's huge.
Just really needed to stay alive there. Couldn't quite make it happen. So now a lot of that falls onto Jackrow, whose position not yet known, but space taken. Actually might have given that indicator away now. Cyclone just waiting behind default. Nice shot for Brox. 2 on his screen, and he still connects. It's in 07, but time's starting to tick low. They both have a kit, and up ahead of that smoke is Jackrow. Just going to have to hold onto this bomb, but there's not a lot of health to work with in 07. Make sure that Brox cannot just sit inside and wait. Lotus picked up that round with 07's 1v2.
I thought the bomb was going to get him right there, but the round ends in time. A great punish on the aggression towards A. This is the big kill. I think that swings around. As I often will highlight, Donut is the best post plant position you can get on this A side. If you can claim it as a T, you can see how it's so effective for in 07. He's able to find that kill, reposition into safety, and then lock in another one.
He still wants to go up here. He doesn't have all the support, though. He's got the flashes at least. Once again, that's a position that Godfly was caught in before. Zazu will reconfirm, but that's really wild for Brox to continue forcing that fight. Zazu lucky to be alive, sure, but Brox gets punished, understandably so. And it's Penny and Mads that rotate off of the B site. Still searching. Jackrow looking for a fight. Thinks that they've scaled way further than they actually have.
Sasu goes and clears the entirety of this round so far. Does eventually fall. Create some problems here. Gadfly gonna have a free B. Oh my gosh, that's really rough. Tragic timing there towards middle. There's Mads. A little delay though, dropping the weapon. Ends up putting it into a 1v1 again for N07.
Been good on these. Instant smoke on the bomb. I think he had some more time. Might have tried to go all the way around, breaking open the smoke, and N07 can't go back to back in the clutches. Penny, with a kit, had plenty of time to manage that as well. A little 2-on-4 victory for Penny and Mads. Just doesn't leave Lotus in a great spot, does it? Fast B, that's the move. Nate's a little bit late. Penny going to be blinded on this site. Will return vision and great maneuvering to get back into a position where he can fight forward. But the pistols for Cyclone is oh so incredible. She's got a triple, and she's done enough, or at least she should have, to get this round for Lotus. Revel have Jackrow to 1v2 this up. Zazu, not the greatest of weapons on the site. All you need is Cyclone in this position, it seems, and Cyclone will do enough. 4 kills for her.
A fantastic round right there. Completely breaking down this defense in a big way with that tech. Benny doing a whole lot here to set the tone for this defense, and it feels like it's enough. But not quite the case. So that Tech 9 tears through the remaining defense with quick kills. There's a whole lot more than she bargained for inside that cave side, but managing to break past every last one of those players.
What you got to do when you don't have the utility to, isolate that area of the map and kind of scale towards long. Oftentimes the spot where that take will kind of stop. You'll start to break down, but no, not when Cyclone's so effective. Bit of a bait and switch here. Mad set up for some success based on Penny. Audio cue and then sprinting backward. Whew, nice shot out of Toasty.
Toasty. He's had pre-aimed that once or twice. It looked like there it was on the money. Just a perfect pre-aim on that headshot. Well, sideline. Cyclone, the hero of last round. But this is a very smart direction here still from Lotus FE, heading in the direction of this A-bomb site where it's still a bit understaffed here, and Toasty is still alone for now. But they just go and clear out B. So Toasty's got to buy time here. Not able to do that. It's going to create some chaos and some panic in these rotations. Arriving a little late onto the scene as the smokes bloom. Should be nice and comfortable here.
Well, hold on a second. A little complicated now. But a little less so now. N07. We'll get the E-frag. It's technically a 2-on-2, but Revel, they just don't have the bodies nor the space to work with. Benny will grab an AK and escape with it. Toasty, so much weight on his shoulders. He gets that kill in mid and he falls all the way back to the A-bomb site, but he just has to cover two angles. This stack up towards B just happens for so long. Revel start to pull rotations by the time that Toasty goes down, but that's far too late. And Zazu catches the rotator. Just not a lot that Toasty can do there when he's got so much work and not enough firepower nor enough coverage. That's a missed door smoke early from Penny.
Bit of a oopsie started off. Toasty will take a shot with the deagle. And a second. Cyclone, after that Tech 9 round, seems to have had as a magnet for his deagle. This round leans on Penny having a lot of impact with this AK. As a solo B player. And if he holds this position, waiting for them to walk up the ramp here, it's going to have a tough time because they're walking out cave, it seems.
I mean, this just isn't even a position to be solo holding, really. He's just looking for some impact and then getting away. Oh, but hold on. I mean, that'll do. Thought maybe going to get that info, then fall back. No, seems to be interested in that fight. Now that is dropped to Jackro. So the firepower is still available. Obviously the weapon, not so much. So go. A lot of damage is already done onto Toasty, and that's confirmed by N07. Seems like Mads will try and break her way in, and dude, the amount of TKs has been a bit absurd. Lotus are doing a lot of personal damage to each other. It's 2 in 1 round, but 2 in 1 round where they still win.
That's what you're looking for. You end up closing out this half in a big way. They're tying it up at 6s. Be very impressive. Great recovery effort from this squad. See what they can do here up against the rifles once again. He's been such a good multi-killer.
Well, he's got the A4 in this position. Got Toasty for backup should it be necessary as well. Lotus are very careful. Oops on the step there, but the jump spot successful, and Penny will go down. Now Toasty has to really be careful here. He eats a nade. Okay. What'd Penny say? Little extracurriculars?
I think they were just tired of Penny getting 2 every time he had a chance to spray someone down. Fair enough. 7, good for 2 in his own right there, and should be comfortable to close this round out here as it's just left of Brock. Gets shut down. Lotus FE bounce back in a big way. Tie it up at 6s. Considering the start there, fantastic punish and just great entry pathing there from Zazu. Everything else holds steady.
I mean, great patience out of N07 too. You're noticing it in the replay. Just looking to see that regression when you're losing Jaguar and cave control. A lot of times the answer is regress down ramp, and that's exactly what he's waiting for. So, a solid first half at 6-6. We've seen this before out of Lotus. Just got to look to actually find a way to close that one out. That's down A. Here we go. N07 and Zazu will be the ones to defend. N07 blinded on the second, but he rips off the first as well. Got that trade, and they will make that happen. He's just here. She's got to force her way out. Tries to take advantage of the fact that Revel are planting the bomb, so the bodies available for duels are a little bit less so. Great decision out of her.
Quick kill there from Penny, but shutdown's available for the remaining. Lotus FE gonna hop into the pistol and hop into a lead here on Ancient. Stepping up to the plate.
That might be their first.
Yeah, I think they were down 5-1 at one point.
Yep.
Being able to go on a 6-1 run after that to get this lead is incredibly impressive.
This force buy gonna make it a little bit more difficult to try and convert this round into consistent success. That'll help a lot. Jackro was down before he can even get started, and there's no entry available for the rest of the T's. Toasty trades out Zazu as he pushes through, but Rock's 1v4 is not in this one, at least not I would be expecting. I still have the bomb, which maybe creates some opportunities in and of itself, but I'm doubtful.
They're gonna have tough to have any impact here. Gonna turn that corner into a pretty deadly duo. Has to take down both of them to get past it. Chico looking good though. There's one. Jumping MP9 though is always good for the quick reply, and Lotus FE getting past that force buy with ease.
Yeah, just a shutdown from all positions. Zazu doubling up. It's Cyclone to rip off the first Band-Aid. Makes Revel look a little bit silly in the end. Going through that elbow smoke. Not nothing in this round. Couple of flashes and a smoke. Just gonna try and scale up into Jaguar. Goes the distance. They do scale, but Cyclone through the smoke, and then through the smoke and the wall, neither of which seem to bother her.
Heat-seeking vision right there. As this T side getting leveled out here. Mats is good for a kill that might lock in a bomb plant. N07 goes down as well. Managing to make the most with very little. Matt's gonna have a tough time clutching up this one, but does eventually fall. I mean, considering how that round started, not the worst result, but still round 1 here and still coasting to the finish line is Lotus FE with how they effectively play the CT side, how they take this quick mid control. I want to see if Revel are able to react to that.
It's not a lot of time that they're going to have to make that adjustment. You know, if they want to fight for mid, this is the round that kind of have to do that. They got Brox on an op, and they got all the utility that they could want for that type of attack. Does Jacker want to utilize his first gun round to have to kind of try and duel for that space, or does he want something a little bit slower? Wanted to find his own way rather than react on the other side. This is a great angle for Brox. And a quick flick that genuinely had me believing. Fortunate that is not the case for Lotus.
Motion afterwards towards that A side, but a lovely line being held by Cyclone. Mats will trade it Zazu out. Those Cyclones in the vicinity here. Penny just jumping up, trying to get a smoke down range. This bomb hitting the floor. Another challenging clutch up for Mads.
Seven up close. Cyclone's here as well. Had a lot of time, and ooh, big whiff out of Cyclone. Oh, actually, yeah, probably did get caught by the flash. Out of bullets, but picks up that recovered Tech 9 for the last round, and makes good work of it.
I think the underhand flash actually blinded her up.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Flanking, which is crazy. I saw a little bit of the dad motion. Ends up finding the kill eventually here, but this is a 4v5 again that quickly spirals out of control. A little re-peak action and N20, or N07 rather, playing incredibly confident. Just continuing to do damage on this B-side defense. 21 kills for him at the moment, and nice clutch attempt from Mads, but denied the availability, and it looks more and more like Revel can't shut down the momentum at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's not a lot of space here, you know, to have gun rounds for Revel. Loss there means that they're on a half buy coming into this round with a lot of utility behind it, so you know, there might be something to talk about. If you lose here, that's, I mean, it's one gun round, and then Lotus are on 12. Just gonna rush it up B. Hope that a round like this can work out, and to be fair, so much containment towards Jaguar and Cave. Lotus do a lot of good work, though.
Cyclone and her wall bangs and her spams are incredible. Mads ignores any possibility of that smoke push just to take care of business on the cave play, but I mean, I said they were missing that opportunity to just rush it in towards B. I think with how much we're seeing Lotus FE play towards middle and in the cave side, you've got to rush B. I think that's the easiest option to punish that sort of setup. We finally see them do it, but then they run into cave without any utility, and they just run into multiple players ready to go, trying to take that space back. And I think you need to do one of two things when you're on that B-bomb site in terms of map control. It's either take cave or take long, and I think the decision was kind of split between the two.
Never good to be in a split decision like that. Here's where Revel kind of have to do or die. There's not a lot left of this map if they can't win this gun round. 5 AKs. And mid control is the name of the game for Revel. lot of presence for Lotus in this area before, but this round, it's quite the opposite. They were very willing to give it up. It's allowed Revel some space to work. A missed shot as well from Taki will sort of ensure that Revel can pretty easily just sit and maintain positioning, or not. Cyclone is getting ridiculous with these.
Just crazy without vision, and in 07 leveling out consistently in cave has been such a dominant factor. Let's just go in there and try and deal with it in 07. They're gonna look to chase Penny down here, avoiding those initial flashes. Now they're running through the smoke. Penny only gets the one though. It puts the clutch on Jacro's shoulders here.
HP low for Cyclone. Smoke in his face, but Taki with the adjustment over to the rifle instead of the op will convert that. And I think we walk away from that round and right now at 12, just impressed with how comfortable Cyclone is on this map. She has absolutely been incredible. This is another moment of that. In 07, fantastic double up to continue the advantage that she pulled off.
Going through just a complete dominant recovery here from down 6-1 to now up 12-6. Managed to turn this game in their favor big time in 07. Has been a huge part of that. Consistent with his headshots. Does eventually fall to Penny though. Penny goes down to 4 HP for his troubles. And playing a regress. And does finish off the job that N07 started.
That's an unlucky interaction for Jacro, whose Molotov gets, I don't know, knocked on something there inside the cave, some bit of geometry. Flashbang. A little bit long, both spotted, and that trade, not gonna happen. Zazu has a triple kill to close this map, and that's where Lotus are on the bounce back. They'll pick up, I think that's their first map in this Swiss stage, and a huge victory with 13-6 being the scoreline.
Yeah, and again, you know, it didn't start off well for them. They had to grind back into this game, and once they got back into that game, they did not let off the gas here, completely shutting it down here in a very, very dominant fashion. A flawless second half there without any sort of, you know, losses. And what looked so good there was the way that they played out that CT side. They capitalized on a lot of map control. They were so effective at taking middle. You saw Cyclone, you know, it was always finding multiple kills, smoke spamming down through that cave side from the mid control that she was taking. And, you know, that's a perfect CT side right there if you want to look at, like, how you take map control, how you even figure out what the reaction is, and how to punish those, like, B rushes after you realize that they know that you're mid stacking. Just really well coordinated overall, and definitely a map to be proud of.
Yeah, and it leads them into an exciting prospect at Anubis that we know that they're comfortable on. We know that they'd like to go to, and so as this decider, it's going to be a bit of a banger, I think. And well, with all of that being said, we do have a little bit of a break upcoming, so we're going to take about 10 minutes, and then we'll come back with Anubis when we get back. Revel got rocked. That second half did not look very good, and I think that a lot of things went right. We talked about them kind of on the outflow of that second map, but with Anubis kind of upcoming, Cole, I think the question on my mind here is like what is it that we need to see change for Revel? Is it a an issue of like the calls being made, or is it an individual problem or something else?
I felt like maybe they got a little too confident there when they were up 6-1. We saw a lot of overextensions coming through, and I feel like for the most part they just lost momentum and couldn't gather it back up. I feel like, but it was definitely surprising. I feel like if you're now on the side of Revel, you've got to refocus in on what went wrong there and figure out how to shut down this Lotus FE team and their momentum. But I tell you what, that's going to be tough to do considering the steam that they picked up in that run that they went on Ancient. Now hopping into Anubis, it doesn't feel like it could get much easier.
Yeah, we saw a lot of fun and interesting factors to talk about with regard to Lotus and their success. I think, Gadfly started out Nuke by kind of being the only super reliable piece that there was, but then everyone else kind of joined her in that position. We saw a huge performance from N07 over on Ancient, and then Cyclone as well. Really turned the tide. A big pistol round where she picks up a quad kill. A lot of incredible timing with smoke spams and and finding value even when not able to see what's going on the other side. Powered her to, I think she was second on the leaderboard, but like overall the impact there was huge. So an interesting thought I think coming into this for me is that Revel had a T side that looked pretty good, but they just couldn't get there when it came down to the opposition. So I'm looking forward to Anubis. I do think this knife round probably going to have a pretty big impact, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to start off, and whoever gets that T side going to look forward to their first half. But it is interesting to see that even despite a slow start here, that they're still able to keep their head in this game, despite being down a map and the slow start as well. Like, and that map 1 wasn't particularly close, so I do wonder if Revel fell into a similar struggle as to what Lotus FE did, not oftentimes being able to test themselves in best of threes, whether that has allowed them to work on their map pool and what their comfort was on Ancient. It seemed like they didn't have a lot of great answers for some of the action, but I'm interested to see now that we're on Anubis if we get kind of an even matchup here and a little bit of a closer affair than what those first two maps were.
Yeah, it's interesting. I would think that Revel would have those reps in, just because, they were really deep into main playoffs. I think they ended up playing like probably 6 or 7 BO3s in main playoffs last season, and attending events like Frag 18, where they were running best of threes as well. I think all of those things kind of would have made me think that, but regardless, it sounds like Revel has actually won the knife round, so they will get the chance to select T-side first. Who was it? We were casting someone that selected CT side first, which blew my mind, but I don't think anybody else is going to be interested in that.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was. I was definitely surprised to see it. But I do expect Revel winning the knife here, picking into that T side, being able to start off well.
Well, and I think with that as well, I want to kind of focus in on a couple of those individuals for Revel where I think, maybe the difference can be made. We saw a lot of output from Penny and from Mads, I think, on Nuke, and I think we did see a little bit of that from the both of them on Ancient, but it wasn't quite in the same position, especially not on the CT side, where I think their good decision making was really highlighted in a way. So as we look into Anubis, I'm kind of shifting my focus to those two individuals for the Revel side of things. I think for Lotus, it's a matter of keeping up what they've been doing already, and it is the T side start as we had anticipated for Revel. We'll see if they can continue with been some pretty good pistols. I even back on Nuke, had a lot of good ideas on these pistol rounds.
A nice even split so far on these pistols as well. No one really dominating in that factor. Look at the amount of resistance over towards that B side. So many numbers. And dual Berettas as well. Ledgebein to send in a Bucky's that gets leveled out pretty quickly. And there's those dual Berettas both hitting the floor pretty quickly.
Trying to get aggro with them. Doesn't seem like the move, but Zazu is absolutely stunning on those shots. Couple of nice taps. The bomb is still heading towards A, so Zazu grabs a third. Don't know that this is a guarantee. Revel still have a lot of time to get bedded into post plants in a 2-on-3.
Yeah, that's going to be a struggle factor here. As you said, the post plant positioning is very effective. But doubling up here is N07. Prepared for the re-aggression, and Cyclone just the same, so they do handle the kills quickly. And Zazu saving that round from the brink there. 3 kills after those two sets of dual Berettas drop pretty quickly.
Another showing from our favorite spray on the drooler, but I mean, I will say there's just so many question marks for me. Like, this is a 5-on-3 that Revel have just lost, and you know, I think Zazu obviously huge credit, but gotta find a way to get that trade. It's just the reality of the situation. 7 prepared once they get into the post plant. Zazu taking a lot of damage to take this duel. She'll get her one. I mean, that's something Zazu has been fantastic at. Regardless of the difficulty of the situation, she is usually guaranteed her one.
Deagle's been so steady. Good for that opening on towards B, but does get traded out, so now we maintain a little bit of back and forth, and we enter into a 3v3, but again, A's left a little bit vulnerable. They throw that execute in now, they'll be beating the CTs to the punch. But missing a camera smoke, not having that, is going to hurt them big time here. Molly will do.
I thought Cyclone might try to get up in ahead of that, but I think she just wants to play the safer position. With Brock's pinning on rifles too, this is very doable. Tracker's position known. He's the low HP bar. They're really quite worried about them, but a crossfire on the site. He just needs to stay alive for as long as possible. Finally goes down. It's Penny's time to activate. And he's almost not required thanks to Brock's domination. Both the Heaven and the camera duels. Revel don't stall out for long. They lose the pistol, but the follow-up is theirs.
Yeah, I mean, any chance that you get to put an early 3v3 with so much time left on the clock is always a good opportunity for that T side, but you can see Brock having to do a lot of heavy lifting with his Galil. Playing super effective behind that pillar. Manages to escape with his life and a couple of kills. Regression going towards that A side with those flashes. Don't seem to be perfectly timed or coordinated. Maybe it was one flash sent back in return from Brock that helped out.
Ghosty got a little peek of a head over the top of that smoke. That's further confirmation of yet a third player on B. So eventually, Revel are going to hit this A-bomb site. Another regression. Toasie's got that one as well. That's a third for him. He'll just walk away slowly. They're on the hunt. NO7's actually about to hit the flank timing right as Toasty creeps up mid. This is maybe unlucky.
Yeah.
For NO7, man.
Brutal timing there. Nailed by Toasty. We'll pick up the easy pick. No Cyclone with her Deagle left. Looking for any exit damage here potentially. He might clear this out. He will be able to find it in time. But he goes for the finishing kill. Revel to win through elimination.
Toasty just doing such a great job of holding off that B aggression. And yeah, I do think, you know, whether it's a flash from Brock that kind of helps out, or, you know, a bit of a mistiming on the throw on the CT's perspective, regardless, Lotus don't quite get there in the end. Once vision returns, Toasty's just got everything in front of him, and he arms up triple. This extreme version of high-low. High-middle-low. Over on Cake.
Spotting out the totem pole, there's Brock, and for a rude awakening, what's around that corner? Act 10 picked up. Any extra kills here? They need to transition that bomb quickly. It'd be easy that Jacko could get overrun, but my god. Handles all of the aggression. We'll be able to take care of every last one of them. With a 4K there, and a big impact round. Farming up those sweet eeks and building up some confidence for Revel.
A little sad that it's not the SMG to farm them up, but I mean, he gives the mouse a little shake here at the end. Yeah, we'll get there. We're showing before that they're not afraid of a little bit of a pace play. They're going to go back to it here. That smoke fully disrespected here in a moment. Molotov behind it, but that too ineffective. And turning with Cyclone for the flashes. She goes down, doesn't even get a chance to fight.
Already in these post plants assembled. Gonna recycle that camera smoke for as long as possible. She might smoke heaven instead. But still creating a little bit of chaos as Azu sneaks out just to peek in towards heaven for a quick dismissal. Through that AWP that had just the thinnest of lines. Laying around that smoke. Gonna call out the save for the remainder. And Revel getting away with this T side here. Being able to set the tone.
I mean, those are the pace changes that they really tried a couple of times on Nuke, but didn't actually work out in 07. Great to pull away a couple of these guns and pick up an AK-2 for his troubles. But, you know, that's the type of calling that Jackro likes to work around. You know, he's a guy that very, very well thought out rounds, but also not afraid to step on the gas pedal. And it's for that reason. With only one gun saved, there's really no option for Lotus to try and get silly or interesting with these purchases. They just kind of have to save, there's no question about it. That nade taste, Stocky. Unfortunate. To be fair, with no armor, is probably lucky to be walking.
Still kicking here. A-okay. Toasty's overwhelmed by the multiples peeking. Continue to trial out this A side here. Mads on a bit of a solo effort, creating a lot of chaos. Out towards this A side. That's smoking up, maybe becking the rest of the squad over here as Jackro lurks about towards middle. The site they go successfully so. Penny with an extra kill there on the way. And probably another save situation here if you can hold on to that AK if possible.
Well, that's going to be possible. Certainty, in fact. Well, there's still quite a bit of time. We should be careful throwing that term around. But Revel not really interested in searching that out too much. You know, I talked about Penny and Mads kind of coming into this game, but it's been Brox and Toasty more than anybody that have really had the high impact in these first 5 rounds. Revel pick up. But I have seen this scoreline before, Cole. So, as much as it's a positive sign for Revel, Lotus have proven that they're never out of this game.
as I highlighted, you don't want to, with the lead, fall into complacency. Got to continue to play their game here. They're targeting this A side a lot. And it feels like a lot of times Lotus FE have been a little bit understaffed there, so good reaction to try and have a little bit more members in that direction, but Penny collects another kill here in another round. A lot more around the corner, though. Ready to attack in towards this A side. This top shot could allow for another opportunity for Talkies, but Brock won't miss twice. That bomb's already planted now.
There's that individual impact from Brox once again. And it's starting to get to the point where it feels like you maybe can't afford to save again, but blocked out for the most part. This utility being tossed in for Gadfly to try and make her way forward. And time's starting to tick away, expiring fast. Jackbird tagged up, but him staying alive is so devastating. There's a Molotov on the bomb. That should seal it. Double swing will instead. Revel stay in winning ways. As Mads will collect the EWP, so that Brox can have that big green once again without the full reinvestment.
Well handled there to shut down this round. We'll see. I believe a tech timeout coming through. We have already pretty quick decisions. Zazu with a lot of extra money. I thought she was going to keep up with the... Yeah, I mean, I think you could afford a decent bit of firepower. She's trying to work out what she can afford to make sure that she can buy up in the next round. Yeah, you can get an A1S. Max loss bonus. Make that work. So
Yeah,
decent bit of firepower here. And again, still starting a lot of players towards this A side, trying to get aggressive. Boost over this smoke that seems to be a little shallow. And Mads will punish the two following.
Just really comfortable from Revel. Like, the fact that they kind of have a protocol in place where they're looking to get boosted over that smoke when that type of control comes through just tells you how much experience they have on this map and how many reps behind it.
They're going to be very confused as to where on earth Zazu is. They just passed each other in B main somehow.
That's a good point.
Toasty and Zazu just like back to back walked into B main.
Can't even take the free flash on the ground and spawn because she's already got two.
Oh. I was thinking she disappeared on this map. There she is. And Toasty will find her eventually, just a lot later than that B main fight that should have taken place.
It's a lovely reaction out of Revel. No 7 searching, but can't find anything, and despite the lackluster spray, it's just fine. Lotus are... Yeah, I was just gonna say, I don't think they had op money. So, once again, that's just a nasty self-flash that Toasty's got. And it's a quick reaction out the back of that flash and a kill from Toasty. They're inside of E-Box. And they're about to break their way into B, or at least they could. Revel. They'll slow it down.
Press. There's multiple players waiting for this re-aggression. They're letting the play come to them. And 07 gonna turn his back. As the entry successful here on Revel. Take full control of this bomb site leads to a save here for the remainder.
think Lotus FE feeling like they left Anubis in the pool, but probably feel like they're playing Inferno right now. Amount of times that they've had, you know, 2v3 or 4 that they've just had to give up, even more, is it's a little bit sickening. And onto that, how difficult it's been to save any of these guns. Chakra's looking. Quick adjustment out of Taki's, at least will give her an AK. And, I mean, Revel essentially at the infinite money glitch at this point. Only thing they can't afford to give away is that op.
Managed to make this round look very comfortable. I mean, as you highlighted, it feels like Inferno, but that's just because a lot of the starts of these rounds here feel just pretty one-sided. So when they take control of the bomb site, the round already determined from that point. No better option but to save here. Interesting dive in towards canals. There's just so much coverage waiting for this aggression, and Brock's able to deal with one prong. Penny and Matt's combined for the other.
Toasty set up for another duel. He'll grab another one. It's a fantastic half out of Toasty at the moment. Remember, he's been tested, he's delivered. Talkies is not in a bad position. You know, key spot to catch Toasty off guard, but even that isn't enough. Toasty an unstoppable force. With Revel at the forefront. This is a map that Toasty as a player individually has a lot of time into. I think we're seeing his comfort shown very clearly in the server right now. A couple of his previous teams. Looking back, you know, on Darkest Hour, he used to play this map a lot. Favorite of that squad.
Another entry. Toasty, as you said, has been consistent and effective towards this B side of finding opening duels, whether that's flashing for himself and getting those kills. No matter what the case is, he's had answers. Penny forced to run away after that Molotov nearly catches him. Swinging into the op, though. A bit risky. Manages to evade the shot. Now back in towards the safe side they go.
Gonna be tough. Breakthrough though. Takis is here. Cyclone, not in a great spot to provide too much resistance, but 40 seconds. Revel sort of start to look elsewhere. They have one smoke left. So they've tossed their smokes, and now they're going to be missing one for camera. But the up's already repositioned. That's the low HP bar. Cyclone pays for it with her life. With that HE, that could be the difference maker. Caught is Penny. And a swift refrag from Jackro might have just saved the day. He's got to fight his way out, though. Has to keep his head on the swivel as that bomb gets planted. Now he's got the support of Prox's AWP. And a missed shot as well from Takis. Let's Jackro Fiend. Takis will go rifle instead. Ooh, he's been able to best one, but Brock's in a very abnormal angle for what you would be anticipating in a 1v1. That's it's just such an exposed position that is why it's such a good off angle.
Yeah, and also, you know, sometimes shooting someone in the back there with an op can be the most difficult thing to do. So glad to see Brox isn't like me and just whiffing The easiest op shot right there. Sealing in the round. And locking in a double digits now for Revels. They look to get the revenge. A little frustration release here after they dominate. Now speeding up the call here like they did on Nuke. This was the way that Lotus FE got a large amount of their CT rounds, and it looks like that'll remain true. Dealing with the fast-paced aggression, trying to end this half out on a dominant note. Oh, the fire's hot.
Ooh, this is dicey. Still inside that smoke is the AWP, and Toasty's gonna get away with 3. Inno7 still in the back of the site. They play ring around the Rosie, but Toasty might get them all. Toasty's tagged him up. Brox is gonna get away, trying for the adjustment, but that's Toasty all day. 4 frags for Toasty in the B bomb site to get an 11-2 half locked in.
And then, well, that's one way to cap it off right there. Feels like the fast B play was enough to punish here from Lotus FE. They had it well handled early on. But as we've highlighted, Toasty playing an incredible game. And so comfortable on this B side. Able to dice up these duels in a big way, catching them at a reload as the smoke fades away. You couldn't ask for a more frustrating time, and then Inno7 has no time to reload. So he's rocking a USP versus an AK. Toasty just rips that round from the brink of victory from Lotus FE.
17-6, like that is what Toasty's rocking in the scoreboard. Individual powerhouse. The two Lotus players that we were kind of talking up and that really shined at the end of that last map in Inno7 and Cyclone. Kraken out on the flashbang, and he's a little bit caught off guard. A couple are blind, not everyone. Azu helps to break in. Bomb site falls, and Lotus's pistol seems to be very plausible, but Toasty and Brox, it's a 2v5. They come back for more from a 2v4 in the last round, but Brox has been felled. Surely not. Toasty grabs his first. Out of ammunition, but out in the open. Again, trying to play the right angles, and Lotus show that respect that was required for them to win that one out, despite the advantage.
I was going to have to one-up his last round performance, the 4K, get an ace this time, if you wanted to win that one. Nice attempt. No luck there, though. Well handled by the side of Lotus FE, and see what their T-side's made of. How much fight they have. Definitely far from... Well, not far from over, but not yet closed out from Revel. Lotus FE have been good when momentum swings their way to take control of the game. But they're going to need that pistol round to be the momentum that builds into a comeback effort.
If that's where this starts, where that begins. Mark's the only one keeping cash for this op. In what would presumably be the next, not the next round, but the one afterward. When they're up in there, Blackies fights through flames. That's a teammate.
Bit of a chaotic situation there, so extra cautious.
So when everybody starts looking like enemies.
Getting run down, fighting in the fire. A good opening. They still know where this play's heading, though, is the issue. Big problem at the moment for Lotus FE. Full confirmation of where this game plan is heading.
It ain't pretty. They'll get the job done, Toasty. On the Deagle spam. Do they look to clean him out? Yeah, eventually I think they will. Actually, he's escaped for the time being.
Yeah, I think
Longer.
Cyclones just confirmed that they know that Revel know it was going to be a B-side play without that canal's control. Smart reroute towards middle is going to help him out big time in avoiding this stack.
Bit of an unfortunate flashbang. I think Toasty more gives the fact that he's fallen all the way back away than there's any blinding of Lotus. On the 5-7. Serve Penny in this situation. But a dodge on the flash, that will certainly do a lot better. Trying to claw back some of that numbers. Hey, AK, that's exactly what they're hoping to grab. They could get another one here, too. Actually, that's a Galil. But I think that's almost as good. Actually, Rock steps in with Penny. Both of them go down. Dude, Zazu's got a problem with Penny. I don't know why. Or maybe just really good friends, you know? That could be it, too.
Yeah.
Won't always take the negative. Because I tell you what, I'm in the 10-man. My best friend getting his body spammed every time he's dead.
Oh, yeah. And they question marked.
Yep. Salt sprayed. Classic for me.
You're a salt spray guy.
Yeah, hit him with a little NACL. Dude, what are these flashes? These are crazy good. Cyclone Vision eventually returns, and she's still going to pick up a triple. But Toasty will deny a 4K. Chain blinded was Cyclone forever. Felt like Revel had infinite flashbangers.
How much more damage can they do here? Jacko's still yet to be revealed until Zazu gives him a bit of a clear. The round is won. Celebrating the victory is Zazu.
I feel relieved. It's not just a Penny situation. Is what I got from that. Yeah, good work on the clears. Making sure to not leave anything unturned. We'll still let this bomb explode without really taking any gander forward. Should be op money out for Brox, though. Yeah, he's got the cash.
Gets those flashes. One? That had to have been 2 flashes, right?
Had to have been. That's like 3-4 seconds.
Yeah. Some perfect poppers. Put into play. As you highlighted, back to all the tools you could ask for here for Revel. Second round of the half force buy leads you to a 4th round purchase, but that will give you, utility that's effective. I think there's a bit of an oopsie on one of those smokes that maybe is intended to lurk out through B main.
What a nasty setup. It's prepped and ready here for Revel, though. Mark's on the angle. As soon as that smoke gets popped, they're going to double nade this. The second nade doesn't come in until later. Zazu ends up doing the damage. Both her team and others. Brox with a double, and Brox will grab a 3rd. Brox from the back of the B site. There's bended bullets around that pillar.
Toasty gonna take care of Cyclone with quickness. So Brock's big hold on the B side. That was phenomenal work. There's still, I believe, another team kill. I don't know what happened. Must have been a missed molly.
Yeah, it had to have been. I think Zazu burning.
Blocked it.
Yeah, that probably is what happened. Zazu accidentally burned a teammate, but she was already pathing forward, so I don't think she could have.
Yeah.
No, that was already thrown. Oh, not on Zazu. It's Godfly accidentally stepping into the pizza molly, I think.
Ooh. A little bit wide right there. Bit frustrating, but still in this game. See how much more fight they have left in them. Zazu doesn't have a lot of tools at her disposal at the moment.
Almost catches Mads on the timing. Mads not quite able to throw the supportive utility up for Toasty, but she's got it done on her lonesome. The duo in the site might have fallen, but the site itself still standing. She comes back in. Almost perfect timing there, but Gadfly gets the better of her. It'll be Jackro instead to keep these numbers better for Revel. They've still got Penny on the back of the B site. Cleared certainly, but great angle from him. Penny's isolated, and there is Inno7. Good for so many clutches. Back on Ancient. They do it again. Goodness, ridiculous that Inno7 is getting away with so many swings, to be honest with you. But that'll have to do. I think at the end is just the hope and a prayer. Brock.
Huge 1v3 to keep him alive. You needed that. Hanging in by a thread, but still being able to fight forward here. Big impact coming through from Inno7. Feel like he was being avoided a lot in that first half. He was over towards that B side, and they were constantly hitting A over and over again. But you can't avoid him when he's on that T side. He'll take care of business.
Maximum unlucky for Brock, who thinks he's caught a timing and do that smoke, only to be caught by the rotator and Cyclone with an SMG. At this point in time, that was simply on the head, if I'm going to be real. Maybe run that back by me one more time. I don't know if we can get a replay of it, but regardless, this is the long road back for Lotus. But at the moment, still feels like Revel, it's sort of an inevitability. It did so much heavy lifting in that first half. Some phenomenal work out of Cyclone to get this party started on 19.
He takes 4 damage from that headshot.
Wait, you're right. How'd that happen?
He forced off the line here towards the side of things here, and there's another kill from Cyclone. 2 on the A aggression. It's a bit isolated and punished on both fronts. So 3 players over towards that B side, and they might just have to shrug this one off. Lotus FE gonna continue to fight forward.
Toasty, or Brock's rather, getting a little scammed on the dink. Cyclone fighting through it. Be disoriented whenever you're thinking a big damage is coming your way, but she's good for it. 3 Revel members remaining, grouped up together in spawn. Let's have a little bit of cash if they wanted to go hunt, but it looks like they're going to be just fine. Happy. Walk out of that one. 07, big Messi fan, I guess. Messi stickers on the AK. (11-1) on the score line. It's 12-7 as we're about halfway through the end of this game.
Five rounds in a row required still here for Lotus FE. But looks like they have a lot of fight left in them still. Boost above the smoke. And it's Inton in red by Mads, who does a lot more damage on the way out as well. Lands a headshot as extra damage here. Brox will capitalize with the HE. And working in tandem, they walk out in a 2v5.
Feels on there.
All but over.
Yeah, I said just a little bit ago, kind of felt like Revel inevitable to find a round like this, and Mads powers them to it. Cyclone 1v5, not out of the realm of reason, I guess, with a minute, but first step, recover the bomb, not in enemy hands. That is key. But she doesn't know that. Well, she does. Mads gone. She's starting to bring him in, but Toasty at 24 kills is the one guy you don't want to tangle with, it seems, on Anubis tonight. Revel will pick up the first win of this CCT North America Series 4 and stave off elimination, also wave goodbye to Lotus FE in a very difficult 3-map series.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like Lotus FE showing some serious work there. Maybe if they were able to get onto a T-side start, this could have been a different story. Maybe if they were able to win a little bit more on their defensive, we could have seen that comeback effort feel a little bit more possible. But like you said, Revel were in such a position of strength there when they got 12 rounds so early, and obviously leads them to their first victory here in CCT&A. Building back here in the path of the Swiss stage here, going now 1-2. So some excitement for this squad here as they look to show up and show out there, and I think they definitely did that in this best of 3. Obviously, there's still more work to be done for this team, but definitely some excitement in how they looked here in this matchup.
Yeah, and a team effort too, right? I mean, you talked about some of the individuals on number 1. It was Mads and Penny that we were talking about. Now Brox and Toasty, obviously. As we kind of jump into that third map that really took the center stage for Revel, you know, made it an incredibly fun series to watch from their perspective, and I'm happy to see them continue on into this one. Like I was saying, you know, a team that deserves a couple of chances to kind of make that next step forward. They didn't quite get there in the later stages of main last season, but definitely gonna be working in that direction again, Cole.
Yeah, absolutely there, and I think gonna look to continue to excite long term. I think there's a lot of potential for this team to do some damage in the 1 and 2 side of things. Now there's still some pretty deadly competition in that department that you're gonna have to face, but obviously eager to stay alive here, and they just proved it with this victory. And that means Lotus FE eliminated, but being able to bring in a map versus Revel, I think it just goes to show this team's strength. They looked good on Ancient when they were playing up against the side of Aether, and then they show that same strength for a victory in a big effort there, a comeback effort. So obviously facing elimination in that department, but still showed something to be proud of here for sure.
Yeah, and as they walk out of this one, this is where the standings are left. We've got a couple of these eliminations done and dusted. We got more matchups though from Swiss round 3 coming up at you coming tomorrow. And as we continue forward, the mid matches and the high seeded matches are coming up. We just got done with these lower seeded matches to define the eliminated teams. All of that is coming up though in the future. This is the end of our day here tonight. It's been a pleasure, been a lot of fun for us here on the broadcast. I hope you've had a great time at home. But we will be seeing you back here same time for more CCT North America tomorrow. See you then.